to end as a matter of fact. It can continue into the next generation and the generation after that. After all, you've worked hard to get to where you are. Why should your work end with you? Let your story continue.
Meristem, let's grow wealth for you. Let's grow wealth for you.
The only way to know is the way to go. Your story doesn't have to end with you. As a matter of fact, it can continue into the next generation and the generation after that. After all, you've worked hard to get to where you are. Why should your work end with you? Let your story continue.
Meristem, let's grow wealth for you.
The only way to know is the way to go. Your story doesn't have to end with you. As a matter of fact, it can continue into the next generation and the generation after that. After all, you've worked hard to get to where you are. Why should your work end with you? Let your story continue.
Meristem, let's grow wealth for you.
The only way to know is the way to go. You've come this far. Your story doesn't have to end with you. As a matter of fact, it can continue into the next generation and the generation after that. After all, you've worked hard to get to where you are. Why should your work end with you? Let your story continue.
Meristem, let's grow wealth for you.
Your story doesn't have to end with you. As a matter of fact, it can continue into the next generation and the generation after that. After all, you've worked hard to get to where you are. Why should your work end with you? Let your story continue.
Meristem, let's grow wealth for you.
The only way to know is the way to go. Your story doesn't have to end with you. As a matter of fact, it can continue into the next generation and the generation after that. After all, you've worked hard to get to where you are. Why should your work end with you? Let your story continue.
Meristem, let's grow wealth for you.
The only way to know is the way to go. Your story doesn't have to end with you. As a matter of fact, it can continue into the next generation and the generation after that. After all, you've worked hard to get to where you are. Why should your work end with you? Let your story continue.
Practitioner's perspective.
Let's
Now we
grow
know what
wealth.
today is about. We are demystifying unclaimed funds, and we know that unclaimed funds are into different categories. We know there's the e-dividend. We know that there are dividends that have been unclaimed in the market, and that is why SEC, in collaboration with Meristem, have come together to put this program for you. I'm sure you can take a very good look at the banner there. Inheritance without hassle, understanding probate and share transmission in the Nigerian capital market. Today, you'll be guided on how to go about claiming your funds. For those that are claiming funds due to scheme consideration, because I'm sure there are some. Do we have any Dangote Flash shareholders here? Do we have any here? Thank you. That is the reason we're here today. So we'll try and see that all your queries, the registrars are here. Whatever questions you need to know, we want to start the process. The questions you have come here today, I believe by the end of today, we will be able to say that, okay, I have benefited and I now know and the process to claim my shares. Even if the process is not concluded today, you know it takes a lot, but you are going to kickstart. We are going to network as well today. Dear students, the capital market, apart from investment, there is also the aspect of taking care of your investments, protecting your investments, and that's one of the key mandates of the Securities and Exchange Commission, to regulate and develop the market. By regulating, we are protecting all our investors. That is why this program is key, to enable you understand the probate process of claiming monies of your deceased ones, your unclaimed monies due to share allotments that were not given at the time, due to scheme considerations, change of company owners and operations of organizations, change of status of shareholders. So we have so much of those unclaimed money. So your parents, if you have not invested today, maybe your parents have invested and they don't even know how to track their assets. Those that have inherited from their late grandfathers, we have unclaimed funds in the pool. I want to ensure and let Nigerians know that it's important they are aware that their money is safe and there is a process in which you can claim. We have called the stakeholders that will help us today, even from National Population Commission, because there are requirements for claims. And we advise people to make sure they come with necessary forms of identification, also with your death certificates, letter of administration for those that want to claim the shares of the deceased one. We have Meristem here. We are going to have very, 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 very loaded presentations. We are going to have from Meristem, they are here. We are going to have presentation from National Population Commission. Then we have CSCS. Students, do you know what CSCS is? Don't know anything about the capital market? So in the capital market, we have different players. We have registrars, so that you can catch up by the time the program starts, okay? We have registrars. Then we have the depositories. That is the central securities clearing system where all transactions in the capital market are carried out. So they are the central database for all transactions in the capital market. They play a very key role. They are a critical market infrastructure in the capital market. So any of the shares that we are looking for, they are here to track records. And some of the requirements that we said, if you have your CSCS statements, just to prove, yes, that you have these shares, if transactions have been taking place with the shares and you are not aware of, that is why we are here, for you to know all of this sort of information, know how to get those information and documents to enable you process your funds. So protecting your investments is very key to the Securities and Exchange Commission. And we are also going to talk about Ponzi schemes as well. So while you learn how to claim your funds, how do you use them? Just hoping that you don't fall into wrong hands. And that's one of the major menaces in the society. All these bad actors claiming and posing as registered investment advisors and asset managers, and they are defrauding you of your hard-earned money. So we are also going to be having a presentation on Ponzi schemes, particularly for our students. That is why they are critical to this program. Please, I crave your indulgence. Let us wait for them a little. We know that we have to carry the young ones along. So our older investors, please be patient. We have loads and loads of package for you. I'm sure at the end of the day, you'll be so happy. After the presentation, that's the workshop, when all the key stakeholders have spoken, from the probate court, talking to you about the process of claiming the assets of your deceased ones. At the end, we are going to have a panel session where all the experts will be on stage and you can ask your questions. After that interactive session, then the investor clinic proper will start, where you see all the registrars. Please, registrars in the house, can I just see you wave your hand so that they can see that you're all here? Please raise it happily, because today is your day. You are all going to work. They are going to be here for you. You will see their stands outside. So you can also take a picture of their stands so that in case they disappear, their addresses, you are the numbers and their addresses are there. You can follow them. Today is a day of networking. So there's no limit to how you can network. Please feel free, ask questions, and we are all here to learn and hear from you as well. We have women groups that are coming as well. They are very key, and our DG is passionate about financial inclusion and ensuring that all demographics are carried along. That's why you see we have road safety. Please, our road safety family. Oh, you're all welcome. Thank you very much. Our women group, they are still coming. Anybody from the women group? Then we have our key Ministry of Women Affairs. We have been collaborating, having very educative series virtually, and we are also having physical programs. So please stay tuned, follow all our social media handles for our programs. We keep educating, we can't stop till we know that the last person has claimed their funds and you're all participating confidently in the capital market. We have a special guest from Ministry of Women Affairs. Please, Ajia Amina, can you wave? Let them see you. There are other people from Women Affairs. Can we see you? Oh, you see? Thank you. I was excited when we were informed that the minister said this is key, that any women forum, she wants it, the whole economics department, she said they should all participate so that they can learn. It will be like a train the trainer session. So that whenever they are having events, they can also ask a question. So it's not all about just coming for yourself. It's coming for your community. It's coming here to learn for your families and your friends. Thank you. I know we have lots. I can't even stop talking. Our DG will soon be here. If you think I can talk, just wait for him. Thank you so much. Have you all had tea? Do you want more? Or should we bring lunch now? Okay, thank you very much. We'll keep, please don't forget, we have, for those that will need to use the convenience, we have one to my right here, at the far end, the last door by your right, and there's one more there, just behind the banner. So please, if you just need to, you know what to do. Then, Ahmed, Abdul, has it been uploaded? Has it been uploaded? Sorry, there were issues with the barcode, so it's been rectified. We always appreciate having this format of registration because we ensure that there are no errors. Sometimes the written attendance, some numbers, and because of how our writings are different, we may not be able to pick those numbers and email addresses, so that in the future and for follow-up, particularly guests that have come here to sort some of their issues that have complaints, it's very important that you fill it so that if there are follow-ups, we can track you easily. So please just carry up your phones, scan the barcode, and fill the e-registration. Thank you. With me here is the head of Department of Market Development and head of monitoring. Monitoring, you know, when we say monitoring, they are the ones that go around ensuring that all the market players are carrying out their roles as expected, checking their books. When there are complaints, they go to see the activities being carried out by our operators, ensuring they are protecting investors. So we have Mr. Makir Tarfa. He was also going to be presenting today, the head of monitoring department. Mr. Tarfa, please, can you just wait for them to see you? We have my boss, the head of market development. I told him to speak, but he said, no, I want you to learn. I hope I'm doing well. Thank you, Mr. Abubakar Habib, the head of market development department. He is responsible for putting up this program together. Then we have Meristem. Then we have Meristem. They are one of our operators. They carry out probate services. That is why you see they collaborated with the commission in carrying out this program. They have co-sponsored this program because of the need to help people recover their claims. Please, where's Meristem? We have the acting MD of Meristem, Mrs. Nkechi. We also have her team from Meristem. Please, let's clap for them. They have done so well. They have held a similar program in Port Harcourt in collaboration with our Port Harcourt zonal office. And we intend to actually carry out this program across all states in the Federation. We want to ensure that this message, this knowledge, everybody is carried along, because you'll be amazed at the people in other states that have investments like this that have been done by their forefathers, their older and younger ones. Yes, thank you. See the acting MD of Meristem. Please put it together for her, Mrs. Nkechinyelum Okoye. She will be speaking as well. Thank you for coming. So please, are there people with e-dividend and with dividend issues, unclaimed dividend, that have not been able to mandate their accounts? Do we have such people here from our guests? Oh, beautiful. Registrars, can you see their hands? The registrars are here to attend to you, please. Anytime and at any point you have a question, please don't forget, just note it down. During the question and answer session, we'll extensively deal with this, okay? You will leave here smiling. Please, we want you to claim your money. Nobody can touch your money as long as it has entered the CSCS system. That money will be accounted for, okay? So all those that have not mandated, most of the issues here is because of change of name, especially women. That is why by the time you're entering the system and the portal and you put in your name, it might not be the same name you bought the shares in. So those are part of the issues. Then if you had bought shares during an IPO, that is those that have issues with allotment. They were not giving the right number, or they paid for shares and it was not given to you and you've not claimed your money. It's because of improper documentation. All these are part of the problem. Students, do you understand? You will not be making such mistakes, and you know you can start your own savings now and investments now, okay? So once you're buying and making any investment, it's always important to give the right information, particularly for your beneficiaries. We are getting older, so please, as we document and update our documents today, because the registrars are in here, it is an opportunity for us to update our record. Please always consider putting a beneficiary that can be tracked. In the event you're not available, anything can happen. It might be your child. Let somebody know, at least one person know whatever it is that you have invested and where it can be tracked with name and number. Always ensure you do that. I know we Nigerians, we like to hide. We don't want people to know that we have money. But it's very important, because these are the issues that are causing the unclaimed funds. The transmission of shares become very difficult when you're not available. And that is what we are going to demystify today. Thank you, dear guests. We will soon start. Let me confirm. And then we will call management and we'll proceed with the program. Thank you. And today I have my assistant that will be helping me. She just completed her NYSC and she's the host of our paid airtime with NYSC. We have a radio show that we talk about issues in the capital market every Tuesday, 12 to 1. Please give it up for Miss Barisuka Abiye. Please encourage her. As we said, the young shall grow and they are our future leaders. So this is part of how we groom our younger ones. University students, she was once like you. She came and served with the commission, and now she is also helping and committed to adding, at least contributing her own skills to the capital, towards the growth of the capital market, particularly for the youth. She's very passionate. I'm sure when she starts talking, you will not even want to hear me. Thank you. Welcome. Yes, students, can you fill this row? Yes, okay. Let's fill this row and move. Ladies and gentlemen, once they are seated, we are going to start the program. Okay, students, make it snappy, please. Please, if you're part of the program and you're outside, can you come and take a seat? We will soon start, please. We want to coordinate the seating arrangement. If you're part of the program and you're outside, can you please kindly come in and take your seats? We will soon start our program. Students, can you make it snappy, please? Quickly come in and take your seats, please. Students, please fill the front seats so that those that come later will just go to the back. Thank you. Please move forward. Please move forward. Students, can you move forward and fill the seats in the front, please? Thank you. Please fill up the empty space in front. Yeah.
I thought my voice was mic enough, but it's okay. Yeah. So I want to specially welcome you to the SEC this morning for an event that is so important to the management of the SEC in our attempt to bring succor to Nigerians. It is our responsibility as the SEC to make sure that every investor and indeed every citizen gets the best of being part of this market. It has been for too long that nobody really cares about you. The current management of the SEC cares about you because you make the market. Without you, there will be no market today or in the future. It is how we treat you today that will determine how you want to be part of the market tomorrow. It's how we treat you today that will also influence whether you desire to invest on behalf of your children. There should be no child born in the modern age that should not have a stake in the Nigerian capital market. Some of the things that we have done wrongly, even in the past, is that we have not saved for our children. By the time we get old, the children are now ready to take responsibilities. We start struggling on how to take care of them. If we saved for them while they were young, and while we were young, when we get old, the savings we made for them through investments will be the vehicle that will pull them through in your old age. So, it is your old age that you need money to do more things, because in your old age, the frailty of your health is inexcusable. And besides that, it's also the issue around your responsibilities. Because as you get old, you have more nieces, you have more nephews, and you have more dependents, people that have known you over the years that will require you to support them. Your salary at old age will not be enough to do all of this and then take care of your children the way you want them to be taken care of. And that's why investment is very, very critical. That's why it's important that for everyone, we must learn how to invest. And I'm happy the students are here. Secondary school students, I guess. University students, wow, you are looking so young. That's fantastic, right? I wish I were your age when I was in the university, right? But anyway, it's all good. That's why, in fact, you are even more important. You know why? Because as university students, you are already matured. You have a mind of your own, and it means that you can invest properly, making decisions properly the way it should be made. So, there should be no university student that shouldn't own a part of a company. Owning part of a company means investing in companies in Nigeria. Because as you grow old, that investment you made will work for you. That is the essence of investment. Your understanding of financial management is part of your life as an individual. Because if you do not know how to manage your finance when you are young, you certainly will not know how to manage your finance when you are old. Most people grow old and get sick because of financial stress, much more than anything else. Because when you start thinking, how am I going to do this? How am I going to pay school fees? How am I going to feed my family? How am I going to take care of responsibilities? What comes with it is weariness. And once you are weary, you are susceptible to health challenges. It is how strong and how happy your heart is that gives you the health that you require for old age. So these are very fundamental aspects of living that a lot of us jettison, and we don't worry or bother about it. And that is why it's important that for us at SEC, we must continue to provide financial education to every Nigerian. We have a population of over 240 million people. Of this population of 240 million people, statistics has it that over 70% of that population are a youthful population. For some of us whose parents were enlightened, they bought shares, and most times we didn't even know about them until very lately to discover that those were treasures that were kept. Imagine the idea of buying shares by some of our parents in those good old days, that they even had those ideas. But for us, all we just want to do is eat the money, and eat the money, which shouldn't ordinarily be. Because everything you decide to eat will certainly not make you grow taller. Imagine, take the experiment that you have a bowl of food today. Make, a deliberate effort to eat half of that bowl of food and see whether you will die of not eating the entire bowl. Your eating is only to put something in your stomach. And the less you eat, the more you are able to digest your food. The more you eat, the less you are able to digest your food. If you eat so much food, your body, which is your engine, is not able to digest the food. And what will happen is that excess food will become sickness. That's why a lot of people go sick. Overeating, overindulgence. So imagine if that money, that part of the food that you are not eating, you saved it and you invested it, it will give you more money. And each of these things that you do, you find out that it makes a lot of sense. Let me give you a personal story. As a very young man, I decided to save. I was saving money for my, excuse me. I was saving money where I wanted to buy a pair of trousers for the first time in my life. And I was working. I was a secondary school student. I was working. I can't tell you the kind of work I was doing though. But I should be able to tell you. With pride, I was a conductor. Yeah? So, and I was earning 5 naira. I was earning 5 naira after every day's work. And I started saving from that 5 naira. And I needed to buy a trouser length. Those days we buy trouser length. And I remember it was a sky blue trouser length. It was 4 naira. Out of my savings, I was able to buy the trouser length of 4 naira. And I was so happy with myself that I worked for my money and I used it to buy a trouser length, which I used for my Christmas that year. That was as far back as 1979. So it only tells you what you can do. How did I do that? Besides my working, what happens is that the money I was given by my parents, I usually will keep half of it and just use half of it to eat. Then I had what we used to call kolo, right? Aha. So that is where I used to put the money inside the kolo so that I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't be able to see it because it was an abomination to break my kolo before December. And I had that tradition. I invested. So it is for most of you. Do you know that the monies you use to make phone calls today, if you save 70% of it, you'll be a better person? Because imagine, most of the times when you talk, you just gossip. The amount of time we spend greeting somebody will normally cost people more than 100 naira in Nigeria. So when we start greeting, we start from your grandfather to your grandmother to your great-grandmother to your how many greetings? That money you are spending, if you divide it, just all you need to do, you want to greet the person, send the person a text. It's 4 naira. It's now 6 naira, it has increased. Aha. Send the person a text, 6 naira. But that same thing text you sent, if you want to express it by talking, you will spend 200 naira. Wise. And it even makes more sense. You have evidence that you greeted the person. But when you call the person on phone, you won't have evidence that you greeted the person. The person can deny that you didn't greet him or her. So why don't you spend your money more, judiciously? Why don't you spend it wisely? And if you take part of that money, if you now say, you can do what they call phone fasting. For those of you that are religious, phone fasting. It means that for a particular period, you won't do any call. You won't buy credit. What is that? It's called phone fasting. You discipline yourself. So if you don't buy credit, that money that you did not use to buy credit is the opportunity cost, which you use to invest and make money for yourself. And as a young mother or father, I'm talking to the university students now. When you get married and you have your children, every child you give birth to, the day you give birth to that child, you open what we call a mutual fund account. That mutual fund account will be in the name of that child. Every money that is given to that child as a gift, don't give it to the father because he will eat it. Just take that money and invest in the mutual fund. Drop it in the name of that child. And as you do that every year, now decide within yourself that every month, part of your salary will be allocated to that child through the mutual fund. You should be paying that child, every of your child, through mutual funds. And the mutual fund will be growing with one aim, that you want to give your child the best education. So by the time that child grows to become who or she should become, who or she, or whatever the English is that he wants to become, right? Who or she, he or she or who, whoever, right? That child, you have money to pay the child's school. There is nothing as heartwarming for a parent to have a child who wants to go to school and you are able to pay the school fees without crying. I am a parent. I know what it is. I know the struggle a lot of us face as parents. This is August. Check the BP of parents. It has gone up. All they just want to do is, how will I solve this problem? How will I remove this shame from my face? What will I do? Who will I turn to? Who will help me? These are the questions that agitate our minds. But the reason why those questions agitate our minds is because some time ago, we had something. We did not deploy that something that we had to good and useful use. Your days of glory may not always continue forever. But by the grace of God, it will continue. However, it could just happen that life happens to you. What saves you is your savings. What saves you is your investment. So as the SEC, we are one of the most important institutions in this country because our desire is that you will live well. That is our desire. That's our aim. How do you live well? You live well by taking the appropriate decisions. The right decisions when you need to take care of those decisions. It is not when you make so much money that you decide to want to eat chicken that you have not been eating before. No. The time you make money is the time you must be more reasonable. Oftentimes, money makes you go mad because it makes you start doing things that you ordinarily should not do. But if you hold yourself back, then you are going to allow money work for you. Your responsibility is to make money work for you, not you working for money. And for money to work for you, you must do the needful. You must save, you must invest. When you save and invest, money will begin to work for you. And you will be able to sleep well in the night. A lot of us cannot sleep well because all we just think about is, how am I going to solve this myriad of problems? And a person that sleeps well is healthy. So if you don't sleep well, you'll be sick. You think that somebody is doing you, nobody is doing you, you did yourself. So it's important that we imbibe the culture of savings. We will do much more than we are doing now. We have not been doing this education for one reason or the other as much as we should do. But we will do much more. I wish we could get more people sitting here today for us to give this address to. Oftentimes, sometimes too, when we call you for some of these things, you don't come. The question you ask, why am I wasting my time? But all of the things I have said now, you certainly cannot find it in any book. I'm speaking out of experience. Speaking out of experience. And so it is very, very critical that as fellow Nigerians, we must do what we need to do. The essence of our being here today is because Mr. President has given us a responsibility to take care of you. It is not the responsibility of the president to take care of you. He has given us, we that he has appointed, the responsibility to take care of you. So if we fail, then he fails. If we succeed, then he succeeds. But if he fails, it is our fault that he fails. It's not his fault. Because he cannot come from there to do the things that we will do. Today, over 2.5 years since our appointment, the market is doing well. The Nigerian capital market is doing well. That we have been judged globally as at last month to be the best performing market in the world. It is not story. It is out there. We are not boasting. It is out there. But how did we get here? Out of work, hard work, by the staff and management of the SEC. And one thing I want to speak to here, which is important, is the issue of greed. Greed. Greed and lack of knowledge that drives a lot of parents into things we call Ponzi schemes. A lot of people have suffered so much and they can't even tell their neighbors because it's a secret. A secret that they've lived with and possibly will die with. They even go ahead to borrow money from people to do those kind of investment that has finished them. You see some people, they are walking and they are talking. You know it's madness. It's because of those kind of things. When it is too good to be true, certainly it cannot be true. How can somebody come and tell you, look, we'll give you 60%. Bring your money. You go and put your money there. What is he doing to give 60%? You want to be rich. You think that he likes you so much. He does not like you at all. Then he will make you go and meet your church members or members of your mosque to say, God has answered our prayers. Does God answer greed? No. Then some of us, we already know. We say, let me go before it is there, before it crashes. Let me collect my own. Abba, greed. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I'm sorry, it's more with our women. It's more with our women. So they use shop money, school fees, all of those things to go and do that, so that they can be richer than Oga. So that you can support Oga. Before, Oh, not now. Okay. It's just so that you can support Oga. Oga. Yes, it is fantastic. But there are legitimate ways to invest to support Oga. And that's why the SEC has a website. And we have a USSD code to say, if you don't understand, ask questions. Call us. Send us messages. We will answer you. If for any reason you send a message and an SEC staff does not answer you, let me know. Find a way to come across to me. Send a letter and drop it. In this place, I will receive it. I will sack that SEC staff. Because they must answer you. So ask questions, but you must ask questions to you to get answer. If you don't ask, the SEC staff cannot come and help you. If you don't tell your problem out, nobody will know. The one we know is the one we know. Don't assume that we know everything. No. A lot of times, people get into problems in these Ponzi schemes before we hear about them. They would have taken the money. How would we solve the problem when you are already in the problem? As we speak now, some of you know some Ponzi schemes that are happening, but you won't tell us. You won't tell us. How would we save people? So when you see any of such things happening, it's your responsibility to tell us. To say, look, oh, I suspect this thing, oh. And whatever you tell us, we take it with all sense of responsibility. So, it is important that you know that we are here for you. If you have suffered before, that is before. We don't want you to suffer again. So you need to help us to help you. That is why we are here. And I have come here to say this. You see, I did not read the book. This is what they gave to me to read. I said, I know. I want to talk from my heart. To reach out to all of you practically. For you to understand the value of investment, the value of savings, the value of building capital. And as businesses, to know that the SEC is available to support you with education around how you can build your businesses and raise capital to expand your businesses. We have what we call the Office of Small Business Advocacy, which means if you are a small business and you have a vision, that office is expected to speak to you and possibly advise you on the best way to go. How you separate your food money, your shop money, from your business money. A lot of people fail because they commingle their business money and their shop money. When you do that, you one day you say, I not go die, oh. I not go feel allow my see my children make them they die. When I get the money, say that business that they do. Boom, you put your money there and you deploy it to food, and it does not give you anything. These are the things that are important. And so, without taking so much of your time, I know I've spent so much time trying to explain to you. The reason is we just want to tell you that the SEC of today is an SEC that is empathic, that we feel you. We want to do everything to make sure that we are able to help you. We want to be available to you because we have a mandate to do so. We want to make you understand that we are also humans like you are. Blood flows through our body, and every one of you is somewhat related to us. They say do not throw stone in the market because it could meet your mother. That's exactly what it is. We must take care of you. Because if we take care of you, we are taking care of our family. And that's exactly what we want to do always. So please, this opportunity to learn, take advantage of it. And if you have questions, my team members are here. You see the people wearing some jerseys, beautiful jerseys, they're all here. Blue and white, some are white, some are blue. Please, all of you that are wearing jacket upon your jerseys, please remove your jacket so that they can see you. They can see them. There we are talking about, avoid unregistered listing, claim. And today we are talking about unclaimed monies. Your money that has been in with people, with companies. Some of them are not telling you that you have those monies. And some of those money belongs to your parents. What we are saying, it's your money. The SEC cares. Get your money back and invest that money. When you get the money, it's not for you to chop, it's for you to invest it. You can eat 10% of the money, but 90% bring it back to investment so that it can give back to more money. Right? And that's exactly why you're here. Spread the news. We are going all over Nigeria to get this information across to Nigeria because ours is to empower you, to democratize wealth. That is the mandate given to us by Mr. President, and we will not fail him by the grace of God. So, on this note, I want to thank you for being very attentive and believe strongly that whatever we do today will impact you and will change your story, whichever way. Thank you so much. God bless you.
We can do better than this for the DGs. Thank you very much, DG.
Oh, sorry. My state, from a lot of states, combined. I'm from Bayelsa, I'm from Delta, I'm from Rivers, I'm from Lagos. Okay, before you pronounce my name, Emomotimi. That's my name, and it means stay with me. It was given to me by my mother. You see? Yes, and that's why I'm staying with you. That's why my people are here. Right? Right? So well done, huh? And thank you for coming. We hope to have more programs like this where you come and let us interact. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was the DG, our Director General, Dr. Emomotimi Agama. I told you if you think I could talk, he is the chief talker, but he makes sense. And two key things he said today. He said the Securities and Exchange cares about you because you all make the market. And for money to work for you, you must invest so that you can sleep well. We don't want to have issues of high BP, and he has spoken about most of what we want to do today. Thank you, Director General, for your wonderful speech. You spoke from your heart that was compassionate, direct from the heart to you all. Now we will not waste so much time. We're going to go straight into business while we are here. Our speakers are eager to share with you. But before that, I want to let you know that our director here, our director Remy, Mrs. Hajia Hafsat Rufai, please let's give it to her. She's our director here, and she's also going to be speaking to you. We also have our head of enforcement division that will be speaking to you about the famous Ponzi that DG took 10 minutes to talk about. We have Mrs. Temi Tokpe Onweonoko. Please give it to her. Thank you very much. I want to welcome you all again. We have been doing this. Those that have just come are university students from Nasara, University of Nasara. You are all welcome. We are doing this because of you. We want to welcome the Shareholders Association. I know you're all here. Can you just wave? Thank you for coming. You are very key to this program. We really appreciate you. CSCS, we had welcomed you, but you were not. But we thank you, the Chief Depository of the Nigerian Capital Market. He is the one that has all the information about all your transactions. Please, can you wave? Let them see you. He's also here to present as well. Okay, now straight to business. I told you we are collaborating with Meristem, Registrars and Probate Services Limited. So it is time for her to also give us from the practitioner's perspective. The DG has spoken. Now we are calling on the acting MD, no other than Ms. Nkechi Okoye. Please give her. We are going to move it there so that you can be right there in the middle. Please, we also want to welcome our noble ladies. Please, you are the queens of this place. Can you just wave? Thank you for coming. Noble ladies, you are recognized. Thank you. I told you our DG is passionate about you all. He said the market is for everybody, men and women. And our DG is a he for she. He cannot speak without mentioning you all, particularly our youth and women. Please give it up for yourselves for being here. Forward. Okay, please, let's welcome our acting MD, our co-sponsor of this program, Ms. Nkechi. Thank you for Meristem. Please encourage her with a louder, more like it. Thank you very, very much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Such a full house. Good morning. Good morning. I'm really impressed that we have a lot of Nigerians who are interested in the capital market and how they can better their financial position. I would like to start by thanking the DG, Securities and Exchange Commission, for giving us the opportunity, for giving Meristem Registrars and Probate Services Limited the opportunity to partner with them today as we speak on inheritance without hassles, understanding probate and share transmission in the Nigerian capital market. My first assignment today is to give a brief on why we are here and the order of today's program. And so I would like to start by telling a story, a true life story. For us at Meristem, we are capital market registrars, but we also extended our service into the probate management space. And why did we do that? The DG has spoken extensively about unclaimed monies. We noticed that there is a gap between Nigerians who are aware of certain assets left behind by their loved ones and how to claim those assets. So about 10 years ago, we decided to step in to bridge that gap. And I would share a true life story. About 2-3 years ago, a woman came to us all the way from Ibadan, reluctantly, right? She had lost her husband a few years earlier, and she was finding it hard to meet up with the school fees, obligations with regards to the children. And someone in Ibadan, because we had had something like this over there, and someone in Ibadan had said, "Oh, reach out to Meristem. I think they can do something for you." But she felt it's just shares. Like, how much can be there really, right? And then most especially because, with all due respect, some of our men invest without telling their wives. So the women don't really know the true value of the assets. So she came into our office in Lagos very reluctantly. And we said, okay, let's start. For us, the first thing we usually do is to find out, do you have any evidence of these assets? Let's go around the registrars, let's bank, pension, let's find out what exactly does this person have. We call it the asset gathering phase. And by the time we're done, we noticed that this man, the worth of his financial assets was in millions. And she literally broke down in tears. She was struggling to meet up with her financial obligations, whereas there was money wasting away. And we know that, I mean, with inflation, 5 million naira 5 years ago is not 5 million naira of today. So she had lost value for that money. Why? There was a knowledge gap. To add to what the Gigi has said today, there are three categories of beneficiaries that we encounter whenever we talk about transfer of assets from a deceased person to their loved ones. The first set are those that think that assets that can be transferred alone are things like big things like houses, lands, properties. So once you say your father has first bank share, you just feel like it's just shares. Or in your mind, you think the asset is not worth it. We have the second category of people who do not even know what their loved ones have left behind. And I think that some of our speakers today will be touching on it about being a responsible investor. I think that it is important that as you invest, once you are an adult and you have started earning money and you have followed the directive and the advice of our DG today, and the moment you begin investing, I think it's important, just to digress a bit, that you start what we call estate planning of some sorts, right? Nobody is too young, nobody is too old to start planning their estate, even if it's a simple will. The money you have in piggy vest, the money you have in cowrie wise, the money you have in wealth body, if you pass on today, who knows that that money is there? Does anybody know? And you may think you're too young. We do not pray for an early death. But in this probate business, I have seen at least 2 times parents walk up to us to say, my child XYZ age was working, but we lost her due to one illness or the other. How can we claim their assets? So that second category of beneficiaries who do not even know what their loved ones have. And as the DG said, it contributes to all these unclaimed properties. You see houses where tenants are living for free. I don't know if it happens here in Abuja, but it does happen in Lagos because the landlord has passed and nobody knows that daddy has a house or mommy has a property somewhere and the people there are living for free. We see things like unclaimed dividends, billions of naira. Nobody knows that so and so person bought shares, they've passed, and there is no evidence. The third category of people are the people who know that these assets exist, but they do not know how, which is part of the things we'll be addressing today. How do I go about claiming these assets, regardless of the value? And the fourth category, well, I've spoken about that, are investors who invest, who do not update their KYC details. So you're gone. We've not heard from you for a long time. We pay dividend, your dividend comes back as failed payments, and there's nobody to call. There's no next of kin. Some people put next of kin, their 2-year-old son. How do I reach a 2-year-old son? There's nobody to reach out to. We send emails, and there's really, really nobody. I would share another personal experience. He used to be my former landlord. He passed on, he slumped, and he passed on. And we were trying to pay coupons in the office, and then this particular coupon kept coming back failed. It had never failed before. And we had tried to reach out, sent an email like we do, like SEC demands that we do. Please update your bank details. We've been trying to pay you, and this money is in some interesting millions. So I remember we were having a management meeting, and the dividend payment team brought it up that this particular payment, a huge sum of money, keeps coming back failed. And I said, okay, what's the name? And immediately I saw it. Lo and behold, it was my late landlord. Children living abroad, wife and kids all live in Canada, and they did not know. So they had even processed, they had gone through the process of the asset that they have gotten LA and all of that. But this particular asset was missing because there was no evidence in daddy's record. But because we knew, obviously, you won't come out to say your father has. But the goal is, okay, keep sending an email. There are ways to go about it, do your verification and all of that. And at the end of the day, they came for, I think the son was able to get into his dad's email, saw the couple of mails we had sent, and then reached out to us, and they were able to claim that money. So if you're an investor today, no matter how small, don't say I just have 10,000 naira. It is important that you update your KYC details. These are all the things we'll be discussing today. The objective of our meeting here today is just basically three. One, public awareness, an understanding of the financial market, understanding of how to even make wealth, how to grow wealth, and how to transfer that wealth from myself when I'm gone to my loved ones, my children, my spouse, my parents, whoever. And then the second one, we'll be talking about the documentations required. If you're here and you've lost a loved one and you do not know how, or you're even guessing, you're not sure, there's no harm. I'm not sure what this is, but I think I'm getting this alert. I'm seeing something from CSCS. I'm seeing something that looks like share statements. We will talk about the documents required to actually get those assets. And then the third one, like I mentioned earlier, we'll be talking about estate planning. I think it's very important that Nigerians begin to embrace estate planning regardless of the age. Finally, today's program has two sessions. This is the first session where our speakers will come up, educate us, and enlighten us. And then the second session will be the investor clinic, where you get opportunities to ask as many questions as possible. Questions on probate. The Meristem probate team is here. Questions with regards to unclaimed dividend, Ponzi scheme, mutual funds. I want to fix my money. I want to do this. We have the SEC team. We have Meristem. We have ICMR. We have CSCS. There are a lot of people here to answer as many questions as possible. And please, no question is stupid. No question is invalid. Say it the way it is. If you can't speak English, speak pidgin. Speak your native language. Somebody here would interpret for you. I endeavor you, please give this session your full attention so that you'll be able to derive value. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nkechi. We can do better than that, can we? Thank you. So next up on our list, we can actually start our technical session now. And I will call upon Dr. Samuel to actually tell us what probate is, understanding probate, the probate registry process and all. So Dr. Samuel, please give him a round of applause as he comes to the deck. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by thanking the organizers of this forum, because I believe at the end of the day, it will make our work a lot easier. I would have been happier. I understand the scope of the organizers' interest if the banks were here too, because I do know that several people do have challenges with the banks when they come for probate. Now, what I'm going to do here is simply to just indicate to us the processes that you may undertake to ensure that somebody just spoke about estate planning. But even if you plan the estate, eventually upon death, which is a reality for all of us, you need to have a grant of probate or a grant of letter of administration. So I am going to just guide us. I have taken the trouble of preparing a source script. I hope that the organizers can get it around. It was deliberately put together in such a way that even a layman can take it as a guide. If I have problem or I have lost a loved one and I need to go to probate, maybe just look through to guide you even before you approach us. Now, the starting point for us is just to let us know that we are created by the probate department in the FCTI court. It's a creation of law. I won't bother us too much with the legal niceties that come with it. But you have the High Court Act for FCT here. I believe the same for other states. And then you have the, for us, very few laws actually apply to us because unfortunately the FCT is a bit backward in that. I know in Lagos, they have the Administration of Estate Law and then some other states. So basically what we deal with is the FCT High Court Act, and then based on it, we have rules that have been developed by the Chief Judge of the FCT. Now, there are some key things that I want to point out going forward, that there are basically 4 spectrums by which estates of deceased persons may be administered. Either you obtain a letter of administration with will attached or without will attached. That has implication because if the person dies testate, in other words, the person left a will, then the what you may obtain from us is what we call a grant of probate. The person has nominated executors who will simply appoint, and with the letter of the instrument of appointment, those people then have the power to go ahead and administer the estate. Now, the focus here is basically about shares, I believe, but property, estate of a deceased go beyond shares. You have landed properties too. You have cash in hand or even cash in bank, but of course, shares are part of it. So it could be by way of a letter of administration, with or without will attached. With will attached because if the person has a will and for one reason or the other the will failed, perhaps an executor was not appointed, or it has been successfully challenged and the court has set it aside, or beneficiaries, assets that were not included has come to the knowledge of the executors because the will didn't dispose those assets, then you apply for letter of arbitration with will attached. What that does for us is that we simply appoint the people that have been appointed by the deceased as executors. Then, of course, for outside jurisdiction, wills that letters of arbitration that were obtained from outside jurisdiction, that's what we call resealing. Somebody died in Lagos, you have gotten the letter of grants from Lagos Probate Registry, but he has landed property in Abuja, for instance, and you need to have the power to administer that asset. The letter given to you in Lagos cannot contain the property that is not located in Lagos. Therefore, you have to come to Abuja. And coming here, what we do is to reseal the very letter that you have been given in Lagos, give us our own letter, which is an addition, an attachment to the one that you have obtained in Lagos. Those basically are the three spectrums. Very important for us, I think, which is the area that I want to dwell on more. Before you come to the probate registry for any of these spectrums that were mentioned, I like to itemize some things that I want people to even have settled before they come over. The first one is that we try to advise people that both for the deceased and even for the people that are to be appointed as administrators, some people call them next of kin, but that is a technical term that not every next of kin who has been nominated somewhere is necessarily going to be an administrator. We like to advise that people ensure that they have the correct names. If somebody is Chris Badejo, for instance, Chris may be shortened form of Christian or Christopher. He may have in some documents or some property the full name Christopher. In some, you just have Chris. So we want you to have all those combinations of names, both for the administrator and the intended and the deceased, because some assets may be in one form and not in another form. And if it's in one form and you just get a letter of administration in that one form, you discover subsequently that that letter of administration given to you might not be acceptable to some people. We see it a lot. And of course, you can come for what we call reissuance to reflect the correction. But what that does, therefore, is that there will be a delay. There might be urgency for you to have access to the asset. So it's very important that we always have, we gather all necessary documents that relates to both the deceased and the administrator, because we need your identification. And if there are disparities in the identification that you bring and the name which you were nominated, it could delay the process. Of course, death certificate is very important. And recently, the National Population Commission has come up with something that I believe is a lot more reliable. And we don't reject death certificates from hospitals per se. But I think gradually we are getting to the point that there will be an insistence that the death certificate must be from the National Population Commission. And it's very important that even before you come to us, you establish all affiliations, because there is what we call interview that we'll conduct before we accept you as whoever is applying as an administrator. Who are the family members of the deceased? Does he have a wife? Does he have a past wife, for instance? How many children? Is there a child that is adopted? Who are the parents? Now, some of this information will be necessary for us so that we know what further requirement we might require for you to produce. And you look at the High Court's civil procedure rules, where we have the rules guiding probate. For instance, we have stated that any concealment of some of these facts, because the person will actually be given the data form and coming to the process, and you will be required to complete that data form providing this information. any concealment of this information could well be a reason why that letter of administration may not be granted, or even if it's granted and it's brought to our notice subsequently, it might be revoked. Yes, if they are, before approaching the courts, at times it makes our work easier if there is what we call a family resolution. The family may have decided that, okay, you and you should be the one that should go ahead and obtain this letter in the name of the whole family. And you have a resolution to that effect. If it's in writing, you simply accompany it with the application that you have brought, and it will make it unnecessary for us to keep asking other questions, unless that resolution on the surface, after we go through it, we still think that there's something we may need to ask. But it really helps the process faster than if it were not so. Then, of course, inventory is the key part of it. If there is no asset to administer, we won't grant any letter of administration. If there is nothing at all, because it makes no sense, both for you and for us. Occasionally, we do find situations where some people need a letter of administration only because they need to have access to the phone. They need to have access to the phone, to the SIM card. Those kind of occasions do arise. We will accept that. But otherwise, there must be asset to administer. Asset in this sense is not just something that maybe is beneficial. The letter of administration may also be granted regarding liabilities. Because when the letter of administration is obtained, you are taking on both the assets and liabilities of the deceased. So if there are debts, you have to pay. So if it's only for debts you want it, we can still grant it. Of course, because it's for debts, some of the fees that have to be paid might not be necessary. So what are the kind of assets? If there is cash in hand, that is the person that died has money. Now, a lot of people don't know, but from the point a person dies, it's illegal for anybody to use their money. It can be categorized as theft. Now, if there is no problem, the family, everybody is working together, nobody complains, issue may not arise. Otherwise, if your husband dies and then you decide you saw 2 million somewhere, you just keep it aside. That is theft. And you look at the laws, that kind of theft even attracts more penalty than from a person alive. The law takes very kindly to that. So cash in hand, and then if they are landed property, it's important that you identify all of them. Identify them and know in what names these properties were acquired. Some may be in a business name. The man had a business he ran. He didn't incorporate a company, but he just has maybe Lukaku Enterprises, and he has an asset in that name. Of course, because it's not a registered company, that property can still be brought under his asset. But then you must then have this property so that we can properly include it as part of the names of the deceased by what we call AKAs. So it's important that you have an inventory of all landed property obtained in the person's name. And as we come to see later when I talk about the process, if there are deeds of assignment, you also indicate that. If there are debts, you have to have an inventory of debts. Bank accounts, very important. Some of these things, it doesn't mean that if you omit it, you can't come back. But the point is that it will cost you more money and more time. So if the person has 5 bank accounts and you know all of them, you indicate all of them, it's at times impossible for you to know the account numbers. And if we are sure that you have started the process with us, we can actually write to the banks with the account name, and probably if there is a BVN, indicate it, and they will provide us the details of the bank accounts, because that is what will be reflected in letter of administration when it's brought out. Some people belong to corporate societies where they have contributions, details of those share certificates and insurance policies. I believe a lot will be said about share certificates here, but also the same with insurance policies, particularly where there are endowment policies. If the person were working in an office, details of where he was working, and if there are death benefits, some institutions will insist that until you have a letter of administration before they will pay to anybody, and it's important that you know those details. So if you have gathered all this, then you can approach the probate registry. Now, for us, we have what we call a data form. It's something in hard copy we give to people. You complete it because that will form the basis of the information, the first information we obtain from you to put in our system. And that data form is exhaustive to some extent. And if you complete it, you submit it. For some people, they will just write to us that they want to start the process. We invite them. Some people can just walk in. You say, I want to do this. We'll give you the form, and you complete it. Now, this form is going to form the basis of what we do, and you accompany it with the death certificate. Death certificate the hospitals or better formation. In times past, we used to have challenges that even for the same person, from the National Population Commission, you have more than one death certificate. Maybe the wife has obtained one, the brother has obtained another. But I believe now they have a system that has synchronized the process so that people may not be able to obtain death certificates in respect of one person from different sources, from the different offices of the National Population Commission. You bring the original, we cite it, and then we can give back to you. But we'll keep a copy so that tomorrow, if there is a dispute, because every other day we receive letters from the police, from so many organizations who are in the course of investigating either forgery or fraud. And so we keep a copy that we did what we ought to do. The data form completed, we input it in our system and then print out what we call probate form and give to the applicants for them to go through. So that if there are errors regarding names, even places of death, it's important. So that all those errors can be corrected before the process goes on. It's always required that applicants must appear in person. Applicants who wants to obtain the letter of admission must appear in person. We don't do it by proxy. But now we have a provision in the rules whereby we may allow people to apply in proxy. Now, we do that only for people who live abroad, not for anybody who is living in Nigeria. If you are living in Nigeria, occasionally we may waive it, but we try not to so that we don't encourage people. If you are in Kogi and you say it's difficult for you to come, maybe you let somebody else to apply. But in clear cases, old age and some other circumstances, if we are satisfied, we may allow that. But for those who live abroad, the procedure we adopt is to first require that a lawyer must write formally on their behalf. Not just anybody, not them writing. The essence is to ensure that there is integrity to the application that has been made, stating that this person lives in XYZ address in so country and is to be the administrator. And if we receive that, we may accept that. Now, what we'll do subsequently, because the person is supposed to appear in person. Appearing in person is not just because we want to see your face, because there are forms you subscribe to and oaths you take as an administrator, which you must do in person. So what happens when the person is abroad is that the forms are generated at their cost, but we must be the one to send. We send to the address indicated, and then they are required to appear before a notary public in the jurisdiction where they are, where they do all that they would have done before us. Then the notary public would confirm in writing that that was done and then forward to us. So that is just the time, that is only circumstance we may allow somebody not to appear before us. Now, there are part of requirements that at times help us is that if somebody was in some kind of formal employment, they produce a letter of introduction. The employers, would usually at the request of the administrators, look through their records and then write formally to the probate registrar that from our record, XYZ has been nominated as the next of kin to so person. Being nominated as next of kin is not a fait accompli that we must appoint that person as administrator. But of course, it strengthens our decision if we are appointing that person. We may insist that that person may still have to be appointed together with others, depending on the dynamics we see from the several documents we have seen, and then maybe the questions we have asked during the interview session. Normally, the order in which administrators are chosen is we start with whoever has been nominated as the next of kin, and then if there is a spouse, the spouse comes in priority next. And if should there be no spouse, then we go to children. And if there are no children, then we go to parents of the deceased before we go to siblings. But this order is not sacrosanct. We may accept a spouse even when a next of kin has been nominated, or we may insist that the two go together. The fact that somebody has been, maybe for instance, a brother was nominated, and it does happen a lot. When somebody joined the service, he was a bachelor and indicated his younger brother or elder brother, or even a parent. Then 15 years after, the record was not updated and the person dies. We insist that we find a way of including the members of the nuclear family, irrespective that there is a nominated next of kin. For every process, we require 2 sureties. Now, sureties are going to sign what we call justification of sureties forms, where they are going to undertake that should there be a default. Because when somebody is appointed as administrator, he's not appointed to succeed to the assets, technically speaking. It's not appointed that you now go and take over the property of this man and use it as you want. No. You are appointed as an administrator for the benefit of the estate, meaning that all those who have a stake or who want to benefit must be taken into account. So the sureties are standing in to say that this person will do exactly that. And I've spoken about inventory fees. Now, in the SVTI courts, our schedule of fees for now, we are in the course of revisiting them because of some new development. It's simply 9,500 naira for the application fee. But we must do publication in every case, and publication attracts 7,000 naira. Now, the publication, when it's made, at least 21 days must elapse before we go ahead. Should there be no objection from any source, we go ahead to process the application for final grants. There are occasions where we may receive caveats, and even for you or anybody that has a deceased person, if you fear that some other people might go behind you when you have a greater interest to obtain letter of arbitration, you may file in what we call a caveat. Caveat essentially is tying our hands not to go ahead with the process unless your interest is taken into account. But the caveat lasts only for 6 months. So unless it's renewed at the expiration of 6 months, we must go ahead. So what we try to do is that when applications for letters of arbitration come, we go through our caveat list, we go through our list of letters of administration earlier granted, so that we don't fall into error granting letters of arbitration to 2 different people regarding the same disease. And then we go through our wish list, because occasionally some people may come apply for letter of arbitration, whereas the deceased actually deposited a will with the wish registry. So it's upon eliminating all those possibilities that we go ahead to now consider the application. And where landed property is involved, maybe that is not very relevant here, but it's relevant because we are the same people that do all this. We would like to cite original of those titles. And if the originals are not available, even if the originals are provided to us and we are not satisfied, we insist, for instance, that we must have a confirmation from Aegis that the property is in the name of the deceased or if it was transmitted to him, it is the name of the person he claims he bought from. Before we include those sort of assets in the property. And finally, just for us to know that apart from the 9,005 I mentioned, there is always an estate fee to pay. Estate fee is fees that 2% of the value involved. For shares, is usually very nominal, but for money in bank, it's easy to calculate. For landed property, we have a table we use. So when people have to apply, you should just have in mind that is also a fee. That one is not fixed. It depends on the actual value of the asset involved. I will conclude by saying that the probate registry, apart from after you have gotten the letter, we still also have other processes that involve payment of money. Money may have been paid to the probate registry on account of the estate for which the letter is granted. So the money must be paid by us after we receive it to the beneficiaries. Or I mentioned something about resealing. That's also a process we do. And then basically again, two things. One, reissuance if there are errors, or an administrator is to be removed and a new one appointed, or the three administrators has died. Then we do a reissuance, basically in the same terms as the old one, even though we may require that we now provide new sureties. And then what we call supplementary letter of grant. The letter has been given, then assets that were not included. Or for some people, maybe they were not sufficiently buoyant to include all the assets. Maybe the person has 5 bank accounts. The money is huge. What to pay as 2% is equally going to be huge, and they cannot afford that. They can just include 1 or 2 of the accounts and then subsequently apply for supplementary. Or subsequently, you discover that, just like they were mentioning, that there were shares that were never known. Then you come back for what we call supplementary. And then I want to finally conclude with these obligations. They are very important for those who are applying, who have been given letters of administration. You have a duty to account. That is why it is not just, you have not been given the letter so that you go and take the property and you use it as you please. So we make sure that the provisions of the rules that has the duty to account is attached, is affixed to the letter of grant, so that at every point in time, as you pick the letter of grant that gives you the power to administer the asset, you also see the duty to account. You can be called upon at any time upon application, or even if on our own, even though it hardly happens, you will be called upon to account. And if you can't, serious consequences can follow, including you being taken to court. Thank you. I believe we'll flesh this up if questions are asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel Idiahiri. He is the Probate Registrar, FCT High Court. Thank you very much. Please can you put your hands once again for Dr. Samuel Idiahiri? All right, so before we move further, we would like to welcome the Institute of Capital Markets Registrars, ICMR. Please, if you're here, can I see your hands up? And you're highly represented by Mrs. Wumi Shekonya. Please, if you're here, can I see your hands? Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. All right, so we have seen, or we have understood probate from the legal aspect, from the FCT High Court. We have understood the probate registry process. We have seen how it affects our family and our beneficiaries. Now, we want to see it from the aspect of the Securities and Exchange Commission, the organization under which you're seated this afternoon. So taking us in this session is Mrs. Hafsat Rufai. She is the director of REMI. REMI stands for Registration, Exchange and Market Infrastructure. She is a director here in the Securities and Exchange Commission, and she's going to be taking us on SEC perspective, probate administration, investor education, and the role of this commission, the SEC, in safeguarding the rights of beneficiaries. Please, can we put our hands together for her?
Please clap, clap, clap like vibrant people. Before she comes up, please, are there any representative from the Nigerian Population Commission here? Anybody? All right, distinguished. Oh, okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Hafsat Rufai.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have to hear it louder than that so that I'm sure that you're awake. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to stand before you today to speak about probate administration and share transfer. And I know this relates to that topic of death that we don't like to hear, but is inevitable. Or is it evitable? It is inevitable, although we don't like to hear it. The capital market is an interesting place where you can buy assets known as securities, be it shares or bonds or whatever it is that you know as securities in the market. I don't want to get too technical. But it helps you also to conceal the size or the quantum of your wealth. And I think that's one advantage that the capital market bestows on us as persons who invest in the market, where you can be worth billions of naira, but you look as simple as all of you look. You might actually even be worth more than $1 billion sitting in front of me, but because you don't have loud assets, it is not known to everybody. And I know that much as that can be an advantage to those who don't like to be very loud, it also sometimes causes some worry about inheritance. We all know that when we transcend beyond this world, we want our offsprings or our relatives or beneficiaries that we nominate to be able to inherit our wealth. Is that correct? So I know from interaction with people that sometimes people have concerns about their investments. How do they transfer these, or how would their beneficiaries inherit these investments that are intangible? They cannot be held with your hands. They cannot be seen with your eyes because they are not like this or a building or a vehicle, which are tangible assets. But I can assure you that they are transferable, whether you're alive or indeed after we have all departed. The DG spoke so much about it, and thank you very much, the Probate Registrar of the Probate section of the High Court here in Abuja, for the information you have passed on. I will speak on navigating the probate process, simplifying the transmission process. I do not intend to bore you. I know that the registrar has spoken a lot about the process, some of which may sound very technical, but we'll be here to answer questions. I will try and speak in very simple English to make it easy for you all to comprehend. So who's controlling the slides? You could just move on now. Can I have a pointer, or would somebody control it? Okay, great. So I've decided that I won't bore you with too much, but at the end of this session, you would learn a few things. At least you'll be able to explain what transmission of shares mean, and you'll be able to identify circumstances that lead to transmission of shares. You will be able to identify some of the legal documents that you need and the procedures that you have to follow, which have been elucidated upon by the Chief Registrar of the High Court, the probate section of the High Court here in, today. And then you can describe the rights of the people who we call legal representatives, and of course the rights of the beneficiaries as well. All right, thank you. So by way of introduction, the probate registrar has spoken to us about what probate is. But just to re-emphasize, it is the legal process of validating a deceased person's will and administering their estate by identifying the assets, settling the debts, and distributing the remaining property to the beneficiaries or the heirs entitled to inherit these assets. And I'm sure some of you here are like, what's she talking about? Which one is settling debts? Person who don't die, don't die. Is that the impression you have? Is that the impression you have? Whisper it to me, tell the truth. Because even in death, debts have to be paid off. So when we are realizing the assets of a deceased person, one of the priorities is that you pay off the debt and then you distribute what is left after paying off the debt. And I know that some of us may find this strange. I heard it loud, that's not it. I also know that there are people who feel, look, whatever my father left is my own. But whatever your father left will just be your own if you are one of the named beneficiaries and if what he owed has been paid. So I am truly very well covered by the registrar here today. I say it with a lot of sense of respect. You know why? It is not automatic that investments or assets are transmitted to the offsprings. It's not automatic. We have seen people who in their lifetimes transferred or indeed wrote wills bequeathing all their assets to institutions, to charity, or to persons who they just felt deserved those things. Typically, we see that happen abroad, but we have begun to see such also in Nigeria, where you feel somebody took very good care of you or your children and the person should inherit something from it. Yet, in vast majority of cases, of course, the offsprings take part of it. In the Islamic segment, the Quran states how assets should be distributed, but that doesn't vitiate the fact that wills can be written or indeed letters of administration have to be obtained. It doesn't vitiate that fact. So the grant of probate is issued when the deceased left a valid will, and it authorizes the named executors to manage and distribute the deceased estates. You know that while we listened to the first lecture, he used certain terminologies. He said testate, and there's also intestate. So when somebody dies testate, what does it mean? He died with a will. And then when somebody dies intestate, it means the person didn't prepare a will before he died. I don't want to take a poll, but I know many Nigerians don't like preparing wills. Meristem, is that right? First registrars, that's correct. And I don't know why. We shy away from this topic of death so much, even though it's inevitable. But it is also one way to avoid some of the feuds that take place after somebody has passed on. I am not saying that wills are absolute problem solvers because they can be challenged, but at least they are a step in the right direction. So whether somebody dies with a will or not, good enough, the law has provided that there are ways to deal with inheritance. So if the person dies with a will, we go the probate way, grant of probate. And then if the person dies without a will, we go the LA way. So was Nkechi that mentioned LA, that is letters of administration, which is what you then apply for where somebody dies intestate, and it is also granted by court. All right. So transmission refers to the transfer of ownership of shares. So I'm focusing on shares. The probate registrar was right when he said all kinds of assets can be transmitted. But because we're talking about capital market here and indeed narrowing it down to shares, I'll be focusing on shares. So transmission of shares refers to the transmission of ownership of shares by operation of the law due to death of a shareholder, which we have been talking about. And it is not only in the cases of death that transmission occurs. Where there is mental incapacity, transmission can also occur. And I'm sure we know what that means. When somebody is not capable of taking rational decisions by himself. And this is not just because you assess the person as not being okay. Because some of you now say, hey, that person, be like, say, don't kolo. It's not like that, too. There's no, it be like saying this one. It has to be that it is proven through a medical certificate that certifies the person as being mentally incapable of taking decisions. And of course, the family will come together and determine who the admors should be, the administrators of his estate should be, and decisions will be taken. So don't just go and decide that somebody don't kolo. It doesn't work like that. Circumstances leading to transmission of shares. So we've talked about death and we've talked about mental incapacity, which I have explained. So in terms of procedure, I think the elaborate process has been elucidated by the registrar, but I will summarize here by saying that in our own case, you have to have a contact with the registrar of the particular securities that the person who died had. So if the person had First Bank shares, for instance, you'll be contacting Meristem. If the person had, let's say, Nigerian bureaus, right? You'll be contacting First Registrars, and so on and so forth. So we have various registrars. You could also route your request through your stockbroker, who of course has identified you through the KYC process and is able to also inform the CSCS, the Central Security Clearing System, of the same information of death, and of course able to pass on the legal documents, the proof of death, the will or the letters of administration, and so on and so forth to them. Now, we have our procedure in the capital market and we have standardized requirements. So before any of you tells me there are different requirements, we have tried to harmonize these requirements. So every registrar should be asking you for the same thing. And then these documents are submitted to the registrars, like I said, and the registrars have to verify them. You know why we have to verify? Even when we mean well and we are doing things properly, there are some people who are so unscrupulous that may want to defraud owners of assets in the process that we're talking about. So whereas we are thinking of having these engagements to help all of you understand the process of transmitting investments from the deceased to the beneficiaries, some people are thinking of how to forge what's or what not indeed. And so the registrar have to be very diligent in carrying out their work. So they verify every document you submit to them. Even the grant of probate will have to be verified. They will go to that probate registry that issued that grant of probate to verify if it was authentic or if it is an authentic document. If it is a letters of administration, they still go to the same place, the place where it is issued, to verify. If you get, if you have it stamped, what's that thing called, registrar? If Lagos issues a probate and it has to come to you because of jurisdiction, resealing. If it is resealed by Abuja, for instance, and I'll explain that, you also have to go to where it is resealed to ask if it was resealed. He said it and I'll repeat it again. We have issues of jurisdiction. So in law, people will tell you that one of the major things in law is jurisdiction. So Lagos cannot grant probate on an asset that is domiciled in Abuja. That is for physical assets. But in terms of shares, probate can be granted anywhere because they are intangible. All right. So wherever that grant of probate is obtained or the letters of administration is issued, the registrar has to contact that court and verify that it is authentic before he or she before they proceed. Let me not use human pronouns now. And then upon verification, they will update their register the CSCS will also do so. That's the reason why I said you will need your stockbroker, because the CSCS will expect that you contact them through the stockbroker. The registrars can also do that by harmonizing their records with that of the CSCS. Now, that is stage one, because when that is done, the next process of transmission would be to transmit the securities to the estate of that person who died. Now, the estate is made up of people who then are beneficiaries. So they are the ones, the will would have stated how beneficiaries would be bequeathed these assets, and I mean shares. And if it is letters of administration, it would have also been determined. We have a challenge sometimes, and I need to mention it, that we have seen cases where families are able to get an order of the court assigning or naming some people as the administrators of an estate. But that is not a letters of administration. And we see cases where people want to force our registrars to accept an order, which is simply an order appointing admors in place of a letters of administration. And my understanding of what is right is that when admors are appointed, then the next thing is that there should be a letters of administration, which will still name those admors. And then there will be a list of assets attached. So a registrar who gets an order of the court saying Mr. and Mrs. these are admors of this estate does not even know which assets are to be distributed. And we see that a lot. And I want people to please learn that we still would need the letters of administration, even where admors are appointed by the court. Because at least the list of assets would have to be sanctioned, and sometimes the way they are to be distributed. Now, the rights of this legal representatives. So who are the legal representatives? I've talked about admors. And did I mention executors? I didn't. So whereas a will is written by the person who died before he died, in that will, he would mention the names of his executors. In the case of letters of administration, that is a document that is obtained after the person died intestate, and then the admors are named there. Like he said, families would have met, next of kin might be involved, people who of interest will be involved. They will determine who the administrator or administratrix is, or we call them in short administrators. I hope that is clear. So these are the legal representatives. And then these people become shareholders of record in the name of the estate, because they will be operating the estate account until, of course, the assets are distributed to the beneficiaries at their own time. They receive the dividends and other entitlements and exercise the rights attached to shares after registration, because these legal representatives are the ones who will be operating the estate account, be it bank account, the share accounts. They become the signatories at the registrar's end, and so on and so forth. So they take the decision which would have ordinarily been taken by the person who is deceased, as that he would have taken when he was alive. So more or less, they become the replacement of that person. Although they do it not necessarily for themselves, they do it for the beneficiaries. And some of them may be beneficiaries. And I use the word may. So what is the role, or what are the roles of the company registrars? The registrars, like I said, will verify documents that have been submitted to them, because they don't want somebody to come and claim that somebody has died when the person is still alive, or they claim that they have authority over the deceased assets when they don't, or they claim that Lagbaja is the beneficiary, whereas that is the person, that Lagbaja was not named. All right? The registrar mentioned something which was germane, and I don't know if you took note of it. He said letters of administration with will. That happens when the will does not contain the entire list of assets, and so you have to do a letters of administration for the remaining part of the assets, or for some other reason the will may have been what's the word, may have to be adjusted. And so the amendments, which would have been an addendum if the person was alive, will now be done through an early. So there are situations, in short, where you have both will and letters of administration, and they will both be valid in law. They will not conflict each other. They will not be on the same assets, except, of course, by the order of the court, but they can complement each other. And then the registrar, upon verification, will update the register of shareholders. So you know that registrars in the capital market keep the register of members, or better called register of shareholders. So they will now update. The name of the deceased would unfortunately have to be taken out, and the name of the estate or the representatives of the estate will then be there, or indeed, going on, maybe the beneficiaries. Then they process the transmission request. So indeed, everything we have talked about is about transmission. They are the ones who process that request, and they pay accrued dividend. So the benefits that the beneficiaries get will be the shares themselves that were left by the deceased and the dividends going forward, as well as whatever unclaimed dividend existed in favor of that deceased person. And then they have a duty of maintaining accurate records of ownership. Upon death and upon transmission, the deceased ceases to be the owner of the asset. So when we talk about life, really, we go with nothing. So upon death and upon transmission, the person's name is even yanked off from the record. So sometimes you wonder why some people amass wealth abnormally, actually. So challenges. Is it as rosy as I've been painting it? I tell you no lie. It's not always that rosy. Sometimes the process of transmission will take a very long time due to incomplete documentation. Some people are just unable to bring the documents we asked or the registrars asked them to bring. Sometimes death certificates are not attached. Sometimes what is attached is invalid or questionable. Sometimes you don't even have a list of assets, even though the court can give you an order to get that from various sources. But at least documents have to be complete. Identification documents. So we will do KYC. Can we do KYC for somebody that is dead? So we will now have to do KYC for the legal representatives, no matter how many they are. So you can't say because you have verified my big brother, I am covered. Nobody is covered, other than the person that has been verified. So we'll have to do KYC for all the legal representatives, administrators or administratives, executors, and so on. And if one of them has incomplete documents, it delays everybody. Do you understand what I mean? So if you think you have flown down from Yenagoa to Lagos and you have filled all your documents, you have filed all the things that the registrar asked for, and one of the legal representatives based in Lagos has refused to bring his own documents, unfortunately, you will go back to Yenagoa without concluding the process. So also if it is Abuja, I'm just using it just as an example. So incomplete documents is one of the major challenges that we have. Then we have family disputes. That is a lie. Maybe in Nigeria, particularly in Abuja, we don't have disputes. Everything just goes smoothly. Nobody argues over anything. See the way this madam looked at me. Kai. Family disputes. You know it arises even where you have valid will. I mean, valid by your own assessments, by the assessments of somebody who is even an expert. It can be challenged. So that process will stall until that dispute is resolved, and oftentimes by the courts when the family members are unable to resolve it. Sometimes, when the person died intestate, I think it's even worse. Because the person who died testate has determined how he wants this thing to be shared. I mean, some people who are alive might still fight it. But when the person dies intestate, where the deceased had no opportunity of expressing how he wants his assets to be shared, that's where you see people grandstanding, and everybody can prove why he's entitled to inherit something. That is when you will hear that there's a child in one place, on one place, and one place. That is when one uncle will come and bear witness that he was there when something happened. That is when legality of your mom's marriage will also be questioned, even though you are 50 years old. So these disputes are a major challenge. And I can tell you for nothing, our registrars are very careful. They will not progress with transmission if they are aware of any dispute. So we will have to wait for the dispute to be resolved before we progress. Delays in obtaining probate itself. One of the things that causes that delay is the costs involved. The registrar did mention that there are some costs involved. For assets, he said there's a table where that determines how much to be charged. For shares, they use a nominal amount, and we are very grateful for that, and we hope that will continue, and so on and so forth. But you see, the interesting thing is, when you put all your assets together in your will, which is the right thing to do, sometimes upon death, when the grant of probate is to be gotten, and you get the cost from the court or from the registry, sometimes, and we have seen this happen in a lot of cases, the family is unable to even pay what is left. So you have people worth billions of naira, but the family members don't even have maybe a few millions or even less than a million to pay the cost of that probate. And that delays. So somebody said something about people hiding their wealth, and we see that a lot. We've seen very wealthy men whose wives have absolutely nothing. We've seen women who choose not to work, and their husbands take care of everything they need until he dies. And they can't even pay what is to be paid to have access to the assets that he left behind for them. This sometimes causes delay. I know that in some states, there are, and I would like the registrar to speak to that. In some states, there's a leeway. So where the bank statement shows, the bank record shows that the amount left in the bank can cover the cost of the grant of probate or letters of administration, some registries allow that if the beneficiaries sign off that they would have the first charge on the amounts in the bank. Am I making sense? But you see, this varies from state to state. Am I making sense, or have I confused you? So assuming that somebody left assets worth 1 billion, I don't know what percentage the registries charge, so don't quote me, but assuming that you are to pay 10 million, right? And you don't have, all the beneficiaries put together don't have the 10 million. But then when you have received the bank record, you see that the person has more than 10 million naira in the bank. You can sign off your right to that 10 million naira to the probate registry, so that upon the grant of probate, they will have the first charge on that bank account to get their money from it. And that is one way that some probate registries have resolved this problem of delays arising from inability to pay the amounts they are supposed to pay to the court. And I think the courts are really very fair. So nobody should question anybody about why should they charge. They should charge. So I don't know how it's done in FCT, but I'll be glad if the registrar speaks to how it is done in the FCT later. And the lack of awareness amongst beneficiaries is also one of the major challenges that we have. And we are glad that we are giving all of you the opportunity to hear from us today how some of these things are done. Some people have assets, just like Nkechi said, somebody who had been suffering, who couldn't pick her bills, not knowing that there were even assets that she could claim. So as we have spoken to you today, you too should spread the word. Now, what are the importance of transmission? I think it goes without saying, given all that I have said today, that it ensures continuity in ownership of shares. Because the deceased has gone, he doesn't legally have the ability to claim his shares anymore. So at least the new owners would emerge. And then we would not have build up of unclaimed dividends and unclaimed monies, because at least there will be people alive who can claim these cash flows. And then it protects the investors' assets, because if you don't go through the probate process and the transmission process, some people who think that you don't need it will go for it, albeit illegally. It's like saying who's got 10 million that he doesn't need. So if you have assets, or if your deceased relative has assets, and you don't start the transmission process or the probate process on time, some people will just interpret it very conveniently that you don't need it. They might become customers of EFCC later, but at least at that time, they think you don't need it. They now go for it by forging documents. So don't help them to steal your assets. Maybe if you leave your rights, sometimes, you know what happens now? I'm not saying do it too, and I'm not justifying it. I'm only just telling you what we have seen. They'll just think nobody needs this thing. Lost but found out them. They just carry it until EFCC comes after them. So it helps to protect assets and helps you to get what you rightly deserve as inheritance. It also facilitates the transfer of wealth, like I said. So some wealth have become generational from this generation to that generation, and then you can also let them go to the next generation. It enables accurate shareholder records, so the registrars will be glad to have a register of shareholders of people who are alive and can have their entitlements received. It enhances confidence in our market. I'm sure that by telling you all of this that we're telling you today, and when my colleague comes up to talk about unclaimed assets, you realize that SEC has no interest in your money. We're telling you how to come and get your money, how to take charge of your assets and get the returns on your investments. The federal government is not going to spend your money. And then it improves liquidity of the stock market. Because imagine if somebody owns billions of owns shares worth billions of naira, and the person passes on. If this transmission doesn't take place, the beneficiaries will not have access to them, and the decision to continue to buy or sell will not take place. There'll be stagnation in the market. So when we allow transmission to take place, it allows liquidity, because the beneficiaries, trust me now, if it's a Genghis that inherits, share it's daddy that is saying, we know they sell something, no, only bad people, they sell assets. That's how I grew up knowing. They'll say, don't sell a house. But it's not correct. If you need to sell, please sell. So when it gets into the hands of people who know how to trade, who think they can sell to achieve something else and come back and buy more, there'll be more activity in the market. And then we will have more liquidity in the stock market. And then it reduces the risk of identity theft. Like I said, nobody will think that you are not using the asset and come and claim that they are you. You know those impersonators, they will just say, I'm the one bearing that name. My mother gave birth to me when my uncle did something and something happened to my cousin and I'm the one. Very long story claiming that you are you. And then sometimes you stand in front of the person during our investigation where we have all parties meeting and you're really wondering who is the real person between these two persons. So don't enable them. Claim your assets, please. So I'd like to conclude by saying that transmission occurs by operation of the law. Everything I have told you is legitimate, is backed by law. And proper documentation and compliance with regulatory requirements are essential. So we don't do things carelessly. We do them as provided by regulation and, of course, backed by the law. An efficient transmission process is a way of protecting investors and the beneficiaries of those investments. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause for that wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, ma'am. Is that all? Please give another round of applause now. Thank you. That was a very, very amazing and very interactive and very, very educative presentation by the director, Remy, Mrs. Hafsat Rufai. Thank you. Hafsat Rufai. Thank you very much. So we have been learning a lot about probate, and I hope you are learning a thing or two. I hope you are learning a thing or two, people. Are we learning a thing or two? All right, thank you. So we're going to move on to the next presentation. We're going to move on to the next presentation, and it's about unclaimed monies in the capital market. So we have heard from the probate from the legal, we have heard from probate from the Apex regulator of the capital market. Now let's take it a bit notch from unclaimed monies in the capital market. That is the scale of the problem, the SEC initiatives, and the practical guidance for investors and our beneficiaries. In the person of Mr. Makur Tafa, and he's the head monetary and enforcement department here at the Securities and Exchange Commission. Please give him a round of applause as he comes to the podium today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We have spent a long day. I'm sure we're already getting tired, but we'll soon be done. So my name is Tafa Makiu. I head the monitoring department at the SEC. My talk will be very short, so I won't take too much of your time. Can they put on my slide, please? So while that is happening, I will, when the DJ was talking earlier in the day, he was encouraging us to invest in the market for ourselves and for our children. And so I'm just wondering, amongst those of us sitting down here, are there some of us who have invested, bought shares, for instance, who have invested in the market? Can we just see some? Okay, that's good. Not everyone. From the student side, I'm not sure I saw any hands. So none of the students has bought even one share. You bought some. Oh, fantastic. So you're starting well. So I will share with you, I'm sure you know what has happened in the market, let's say this year. So we started this year, and the market capitalization was about 100 trillion, thereabout, at the beginning of this year. So I'll ask the students, can any one of you who have invested, particularly because you're the ones who would have knowledge of this, do you know where the market capitalization is around this time? Do you have an idea? Market cap. Anyone has an idea? So I said at the beginning of the year we're like 100 trillion, thereabout. Yeah, so where are we? 153, yeah, 158. Oh, okay, Daddy, you're very close. And I think we should give him a round of applause, because I was expecting that answer from the students. But it's our daddy here, which means that he's current. So the market is doing well. And we really encourage everyone that is here to participate, because you will not regret it. However, there are different experiences. So I'll share with you two different experiences. A very close relative of mine invested in MTN shares. And he was telling me recently that he never knew, when they were saying that you could grow wealth in the capital market, he never knew that it was possible until he invested in MTN. So he's gotten dividends. The share price has appreciated. So he's so excited. In fact, he's getting ready to invest in Dangote Refinery whenever it comes. He's just getting ready. So a lot of people have had that experience. So that's one experience, very fantastic experience. Then there's some other person. This happened last week here in the SEC. So this wonderful lady walked into the office and she had a complaint. She had invested in Dangote Flour some years back, and Dangote Flour, that company has delisted. So the monies, those who had shares, is like buying them out. So a lot of that money still has not yet been claimed. So she came to the SEC and she was, initially she came gentle, very nice, loving lady. But in the course of narrating her experience and story, she got really annoyed. She was insisting that she must get her money or else she's not leaving the SEC on that day. So we had to spend time calming her down. So you see, these are two different experiences. One who has a wonderful experience, who wants to invest more. Someone else who has had not such a pleasant experience. So while we encourage you to come and invest, we want you to have that pleasant experience. We don't want you to have this experience that is not so exciting. And that's the thing that we're talking to you about. That's what I'm going to be talking to you about this afternoon. that part that is not so exciting, we want to do away with it. So we're looking at processing unclaimed funds. Let me get my acts right first. Not sure. Which one? Sorry, this is technology, so I need to get my acts right. Okay. Okay, so I'm talking about processing your unclaimed funds. I think I can't see well here, so I'll rather stand there. Yes, I can't see that screen well. Can you help me? Can you? Okay. Yes. Please, can you help me? Okay, so I can see better here. I wasn't seeing that screen. Yeah, so like I said, I'll be talking about process claiming your unclaimed funds. And I'll start by establishing the fact that the SEC, and you have heard that this morning from the Director General and my colleague that spoke earlier. So the SEC is the apex regulator of the capital market, and we have an interest in protecting your interests. If you come and invest in the capital market, it is our statutory responsibility to ensure that your investments are safe and that you have access to those investments. That's our responsibility. And also, of course, ensuring that the market is fair and it's efficient. Next slide. So I talked to you about, earlier on when I started, I talked to you about those two experiences, the one that is really lovely and pleasant and the one that is not so pleasant. And part of the reason why that experience will not be so pleasant is this issue, unclaimed funds. And unclaimed funds are funds that belong to investors, of course, that have not been claimed within the statutory period. Very often because a triggering event has now happened and investors have not been able to claim their funds. And what are those triggering events? So the first one is where you have mergers or acquisitions. And for instance, if so Providus Bank and I think Unity Bank, yes, have come together. Now there will be some shareholders of Unity Bank who will say, look, I'm not interested in the new entity. So please, I want my money. Or the acquiring entity, the one that's buying over the other entity, may say, look, I'll buy the shareholders out. Especially where the person becomes a majority, I'll buy them out. So, and we call those ones scheme considerations. There are also instances, like in the case of the Dangote company that I was talking about, you know, in 2019, Olam, a subsidiary of Olam, acquired Dangote Flour. That's Crown Flour Company, acquired Dangote Flour. And what it then meant was that they will buy out the shareholders of Dangote Flour because that company was no longer going to be a public company. So it would delist. So obviously shareholders in Dangote will be bought out. Then the other triggering event is where we have surplus subscription. So Zenith Bank comes to the market, and then you have applied for 1 million shares and you were not allotted all that you initially wanted. So some of your money will be returned to you. Or if the offer is not successful or it's aborted, your money will have to be returned to you. Or if your application was cancelled, your monies will have to be returned to you. So those are like what we call the triggering events for unclaimed funds. Can you go to the next slide, please? Now, there are three key kinds of unclaimed funds that that I will be talking about. They relate to unclaimed scheme considerations, unclaimed return monies, and then unclaimed dividends. Those are the three that we'll be concentrating on. And for unclaimed scheme considerations, we have already talked about that. They arise from transactions relating to mergers, acquisitions, takeovers, then delisting. So that's where you have scheme considerations. Then you have, now, if there's a scheme consideration, so there's a merger, what happens is after the transaction, within 2 years, the funds will remain with the registrar. After 2 years, the funds will now be remitted to the National Investor Protection Fund managed by the SEC. That's for unclaimed scheme considerations. Then we have return monies, and I have also explained that to you. So we are having a lot of offers now. You have invested, and you were not given all that you wanted, so your monies will be returned to you. After the offer has concluded, the monies will remain with the registrar for 6 months. 6 months. Within that period, if you have return monies, you approach your registrar, present the necessary documentation, and your monies will be returned to you. After 6 months, the registrar will return those monies to the National Investors Protection Fund managed by the SEC. And just in the last 1 week or 2 weeks, one of the registrars returned monies that have not been claimed relating to Stanbic IBTC offer, one of those recent offers. They just returned the monies to the National Investors Protection Fund. Then the last one is unclaimed dividends. Now, typically, when a company declares dividends and there's proper approval at the AGM, the monies are supposed to be paid to the investors. And like you heard earlier, the acting MD of Meristem had said that sometimes there are a lot of issues. They transfer the monies to the accounts of the shareholders, and sometimes, for technical reasons, it comes back. So there are a lot of reasons why sometimes the funds don't get to the investors. With unclaimed dividends, what usually will happen is that the funds will remain with the registrar for a period of, let's say, 15 months. 15 months. They will be with the registrar. After 15 months, our regulation says that the monies, 90% of the money should go back to the paying company first, to the paying company. And then whenever you would present yourself to the registrar would, if he has the money, pay you. If the registrar doesn't have the money, will approach the paying company to get the money from the paying company and pay you. Now, the regulation that we have was that prior to 2020 was that after 12 years, and this was a provision of KAMA, that after 12 years, the dividend becomes statute bar, which means that you cannot claim that dividend again. 12 years. In 2020, the federal government came up with a law, the Finance Act of 2020. And one of the provisions in that act is that you no longer lose your dividends after 12 years. That provision of KAMA has now been amended. So your dividends will be in perpetuity, literally speaking. That is, if you have not claimed them, they remain yours forever, literally speaking. Literally. However, we cannot continue. So, like I said, from, let's say, 0 to 15 months, the funds are with the registrar. After 15 months, the funds are with the paying company. So it won't make sense to then say that the funds should remain with either the paying company or the registrar, because now the dividends are in perpetuity. What happens if the registrar becomes insolvent or something happens to the paying company? Your funds may now be lost. So the provision in that act is that the government will set up a fund. And in the act, what it contemplated was an unclaimed funds trust fund. And in that fund, there will be two kinds of funds that will enter that fund. The first one will be unclaimed dividends that have spent 6 years from time of declaration and approval. 6 years. The other kind of funds that will be in that fund will be unclaimed bank deposits. So if you have an account and you are not going there and it remains with the bank for up to 6 years, ideally, by the provisions of that law, that balance will now be transferred to the fund for safekeeping, because it will now be held in perpetuity until the day you come or your successors come to claim those funds. So that's what was done to ensure that you have access to your unclaimed dividends and bank deposit. Please, can you go to the next slide, please? So, like I said, earlier on I said that unclaimed funds are funds that are due to you that have not been claimed upon the occurrence of a triggering event. But from the regulator's point of view, this is how we see your unclaimed funds. We see them as your hard-earned wealth that must be protected, so that at any point in time, you will have access to your funds. So that's the way we see unclaimed funds or unclaimed monies. And we will do anything and everything to protect your assets. So everything that we're talking about here today, part of the reason why we're here is to enlighten you about how you can get access to your funds and the fact that those funds will always be there available for you. I'll just look at I set up four principles for unclaimed monies. The first one is that unclaimed monies or funds are legitimate and recognized. So they're not just monies that don't belong to anybody. Then the second thing is that we have safeguards to protect those funds. And they are traceable. So the records are typically with the registrars. And then we have the CSCS here also for transactions that happen in the secondary market. And then they are recoverable. They are recoverable. These are the four principles underlying unclaimed monies or unclaimed funds as far as we are concerned as regulators. Please, next slide. Now, we brought out a list of companies. So I'll now be talking about each bucket of those three companies I talked about earlier on. So we brought out a list of companies that have scheme monies or scheme consideration monies that have now been remitted to the National Investors Protection Fund managed by the SEC. And you can see the companies here: Dangote Flour, Nigerian Bag Manufacturing Company, Swap, and Providus Bank. Providus Bank is one of the banks that, it's a new bank, AG Leventis. But I think the one that I am most interested here in is Dangote Flour, because we have a substantial amount from that scheme consideration that is under the National Investment Protection Fund, and we are concerned that the level of claims that are coming are not the way you would expect. So since we started with this fund in the last, let's say, 2 years, we have paid out about 230-something million. only. And we're talking about a fund that is in billions. So something is wrong somewhere. People are not stepping up to collect what is their due. And that's one of the reasons why we're having. So when Meristem came up with the idea of this sensitization, we were excited about it because we want to use this opportunity to also talk to you about it. If you had invested in Dangote Flour in the past, or you know anyone who invested, please send the message to them that they need to step forward and claim their monies. With that, we have no interest in keeping the monies. So we will talk to you. Part of what we're talking about is how you can do it. Next slide, please. Next slide. I said I wasn't going to spend 10 minutes. So if I spend 10 minutes, it's not my fault. It's the guys who are handling the mic. It's not. I'll keep to my. So I talked about scheme considerations. Now these are return monies, and you will see, surprisingly, you see MTN is there. And MTN is one of the offers that came in recently. If it were just the old companies, I can see Allstate Trust Bank. I don't know. I'm sure a lot of you who are older here will remember Allstate Trust Bank of old. The guys who are in the university now, I'm sure they'll be wondering what that is. Whether it's, it sounds very strange that there's a bank that has that name, but it used to exist. But you can imagine that that bank no longer exists, but we still have return monies relating to offers of that bank. So you can imagine what's happening. We have Zenith Bank. Some of you may have shares in Zenith Bank, Union Bank, Unilever. So for unclaimed return monies, these are the ones that have been remitted to the National Investors Protection Fund. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so now some of us were asking, so what's the process for applying for funds, any one of those funds? So I'll start with the scheme considerations. So there you can make your submission to the SEC electronically. You can even request for your funds by writing to us with physical letters. But you can do it electronically. I'm sure from that side you can see the. No. Yes. So I think you can see. So if you want to send your application to us electronically, you can send. The first one is you send to on our website. There's a portal for investors' complaints and claims. So you just make your submission there. If this is too complex or too difficult for you, you can actually write to us, direct it to the Director General of the SEC, and it will still get to the appropriate office that will handle it. I'll show you some of the things that you need to include in your application. Can we go to, please? So these are the requirements. So first, of course, you are applying. So you're telling us that you have your funds that you want to claim. And then you provide, of course, your names, your phone number, your email, your residential address. And then, of course, important, proof of identity, national ID, passport, driver's license, voter's card. Then there has to be some kind of proof that you invested in Dangote Flour, for instance. So either if you have a share certificate, if you still have one, or a CSCS statement, or even a dividend warrant that shows something that you had shares. If you have a broker's contract note, something that will show that you invested in the shares. And then, of course, you provide your bank details. And then if for ladies who perhaps due to marriage had a change of name, you would attach newspaper publication, marriage certificate, all those kind of documents that will show that your name had changed officially. Now, you will make this information available to us, and then we will process. And if everything is all right, send it to the registrar, and you will get your money. But I'll tell you something, and what I'll say here applies to almost all the others. One of the biggest problems with this issue of unclaimed funds in the capital market is the issue of identity. When you say, for instance, my name is Emeka Abdullahi, can I prove that I am Emeka Abdullahi? That's really the issue. That's what's causing this problem. And why is it causing a problem? Usually when people invest, and this is what was happening in the past, when people invest, because they want to be sure that they will get their applications will go through, they invest in different names. So my name is Emeka Abdullahi. Emeka Abdullahi, I can then change it, Abdullahi Emeka, add whatever names I want to add. Now, I am now successful. But I cannot produce an identity for all those names. That's number one. Number two, I might not even remember the name. So you now have, like I said, for Dangote Flour, we have the monies in the National Investor Protection Fund in billions. We have just paid out just 230 million. So something is wrong. So if you make an investment, maybe you should keep a register where you write what you did. And at some point in time, the SEC, recognizing this as a problem, now allowed that, okay, fine, consolidate those accounts. Consolidate them. We know that what you did was illegal, but just so that we will not have these problems, consolidate them. And even when we did that, we gave a forbearance. Not many people came up to consolidate their accounts. So we still have that problem. But for the process, this is what you require for scheme considerations. Please, next slide. And then if it's an estate account for deceased shareholders, what we'll require is letter of administration, death certificate, and the estate bank account. That's for scheme consideration monies. These are the things that will require if you are the administrator of someone's estate. Next slide. So there are delays in processing, and usually we brought out some of the common reasons why there are delays so that you know. Tell those who might have monies that they need to claim. Sometimes, like I said, there's a name mismatch. The bank details are not corresponding with the records that we have. You have not mandated your accounts for dividends. You cannot produce any proof of ownership. Nothing. You don't have any document. And then we talked about multiple claims, incomplete estate documents. That's for estate of deceased investors. And then the registrar, of course, cannot confirm that you are actually a shareholder in the company or you own shares in that company because your records are incomplete. So basically, these are the reasons. If we don't have this, you can be sure that once you put in your application, your funds will get to you. Next slide, please. Now, what is your responsibility? You have a responsibility to help us so that your monies get to you. And we have certain things that we expect that you should do. Please provide accurate records. Then update your records with the registrars. Ensure that your records are regularly updated. If there is any change in your name or address, inform the registrar so that they can update your records. Mandate your accounts for dividend payments so that whatever else that needs to be paid to you will pay to you through those accounts. If you bought your shares from the secondary market, for instance, ensure that the KYC has been done properly so that CSCS has your account. And then ensure that you monitor corporate action. So we have seen letters, people writing letters to us to say that, I invested in Zenith Bank in 1920 or whatever it is, and they have not paid any dividends. I mean, well, where have you been? Zenith Bank has been declaring dividends. So if you do not get dividends, you have a responsibility to want to find out, why am I not getting my dividends? You can't go and sit down. And this problem, it's interesting. We have all kinds of experiences. This problem, initially we used to think that it was because people had, maybe they felt that the amounts were inconsequential. That's why they were not bothering to follow up on corporate actions. But I'll tell you a very interesting story. So we've been so worried about this issue of unclaimed funds that the DG, when he came in, created a special office for the issue of unclaimed monies. And recently, some of our colleagues went out. And guess what? We went somewhere and discovered that a corporate institution, that's a corporate entity, I'm not talking about an individual, had dividends running in billions, unclaimed. So of course, the colleagues asked the registrar, I mean, this entity, why did you not attempt to contact them? So, well, they have made some efforts. So one of my colleagues then, it so happens that he knows an executive director in that entity. And he called the executive director and said, look, we've just discovered that you have unclaimed dividends in billions here. And the executive director was like, can you write us a letter? Like, what do you mean by that? I mean, this is money belonging to your entity, and you are telling us that we should write you. So he said, okay, that's fine. He dropped the call and sent her a mail to say, look, you need to do X, Y, Z. So this is, and I'm talking about billions, I'm not talking about millions here. That's an entity. We've also had the experience where our colleagues, all on this journey of trying to get investors to get their monies back, some of our colleagues went out and discovered that this man, a very prominent Nigerian, and I'll talk about two of them. One was a former minister, one was a PAMSEC, in those days when PAMSECs were PAMSECs, Yeah. So he had investments in his name, in his wife's name, and in some of his children's names. Between himself and his wife, their unclaimed dividends are like $200,000. Yes, $200,000. You can do the maths at the rates that we have now. And so, because he's such a prominent person, we got his number and tried to call him. It's very interesting what his wife was telling my colleague. She was saying that it's 419. So, madam, this is not 419. I am a staff of the SEC. I'm calling you to say that yourself and your husband and your children have unclaimed dividends in this company. And every time they call her, she'll cut the call. Every time she'll cut the call. So what we then did was to inform the DG, and because he's such a prominent person, we now had to go through the process of beginning to get people to go and talk to him and his wife and say, look, you have money. But the point is, so I can hear some people saying that it's not her fault. But if you have invested, you have a primary responsibility to pursue your investments. That's where it starts from. Then subsequently, it's possible that she was afraid that it's 419. I mean, that's legitimate. But the fact that those dividends were there for years, I'm not talking about something that was outstanding for 1 or 2 years, for years. So that's one. The other one, who was a minister, it was the same thing. They called and said, so when he wasn't picking, we now suspected that he felt maybe it was 419. So we decided to send messages and say, okay, you can check this number. He still was not picking. This was a former minister not too long ago anyway. His dividends was about 30 million naira. So I'm not talking about 100,000. 30 million. In his own case too, the DG took it upon himself. He was someone that he knew. So to go and talk to him about the need to go and collect his money. So what I'm saying applies to, and these are the reasons why we're having these problems. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I'm coming to the end of my paper. Now, for dividends, so the first part we talked about was unclaimed return monies and scheme consideration monies. That comes to the SEC. For dividends, for unclaimed dividends, there are two processes. There's an electronic process, and then there's also the manual process that you can, if you choose to. But for the electronic process, if you go to our website, you land on the landing page. If you look at the right-hand side of the website, at the bottom part of the right-hand side, there's the e-dividend portal. So if you click on it, you open up, you type in your name. If you have unclaimed dividends, you will pop up the companies. You will see the companies and the registrars. So you click on the registrars. There's a form that would come up. There's some key information that you're supposed to provide. Of course, you provide your name, your BVN number. You certainly will have to sign your signature specimen, your passport photograph, your identity, whatever identity that you have. You upload, and it will get to the registrars. Once they confirm, they pay you. You have nominated a bank account already, so once the details are okay, they pay you your money. If you don't want to go to this route, this is the electronic process. Remember this, if you go to the SEC website, you go to the landing page. At the bottom part of the website, on the right-hand corner, you see the e-dividend portal. Click on it, and it will pop out. It will open up. You type in your name. It will bring out all the companies where you have unclaimed dividends. You can see them. You see the registrars, and then you fill the forms and submit. And if everything is okay, your monies will be paid into your bank account. Next slide, we'll look at the manual process. The manual process is almost the same thing. You will see, go to the website, go to the e-dividends portal. This time, you can then download the form. Download the form physically, fill it, attach all the documents I've talked about, your identity card, whatever identity you're using, your specimen signature, your passport, proof of ownership, and then once you're done with that, you bring it to the SEC or take it to the registrar, and then they will process, and the monies will be paid into the account, because on the form, there's a place where you are expected to fill in your bank details. Next slide. So finally, I'm coming to the end of my paper. Your money is waiting for you. Your money is waiting for you. It might not be your own money, but it may be money belonging to someone you know. Please take this to heart. Pass this message across to everyone that you know, that if they have any unclaimed funds, unclaimed dividends, or if they have invested, they should take out time to find out if they have unclaimed dividends, or if they have invested in any public offers, because we also discovered that sometimes some people invest in public offers believing that they have been allotted shares, when in reality they were not allotted for whatever reasons, and they never bothered to check until 10, 20 years down the line. So if you have invested, you have put your money into something, find out if you were allotted shares. And if you were not allotted shares, it is your right. Your monies have to come back to you. You're not begging anybody for it. It's your hard-earned money. So you're not going to offend anybody by asking for your money. But you have to make the effort to keep track of your investments, follow up, and ensure that everything that is due to you or your children gets to them and gets to you as well. So your money is waiting for you. So please find time, follow through the processes that we have discussed this afternoon, and certainly you'll get your money. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tafa. Please, can we put our hands together once again for Mr. Tafa? Your money is waiting for you. Please claim it right now. All right. So we're going to take a very short break now. We have been sitting down. So let us stretch a bit. Can we all rise, please? So we're going to spell coconut with our bodies right now. How many of you know how to do that? We're going to spell coconut with our bodies. So, oh yeah, let's start. How do they spell coconut? Start from C. And then we go, how do they do O? O. Then what's the next letter? C. Bend very well, O. Then another one, O. Then what's the next letter? N. Can we bend down? N. Then how do they spell you? And then the last one, T. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please can we sit down? All right. So the online listeners, you are not left behind. We have over 200 people online listening to this program right now. And we honestly and sincerely appreciate you all, online listeners, for your time, for your attention. And we believe that you have learned one or two for today, number one. Number two, you now know that, okay, you have monies that are left for you to be claimed. So from the online listeners, we have questions from them. And I'm going to throw the questions to the speakers for today. So please, can I have your attention, please? So first of all, we're going to take questions from the crowd as well, but then let's take these two first. Does having joint accounts or joint signatories with the registrars nullify the need for probate in case the unexpected happens? Does having joint accounts or joint signatories with the registrars nullify the need for probate in case the unexpected happens? And then the second question is, my dad died interstate, but the number of shares in his will is different from what is held in CSCS digital platform. Where could the mistake has come from? Please enlighten me on this. Thanks. I mean, he died with a legally valid will. So, yes. All right. So, first of all, questions. I'm going to give it to. All right. Please, in 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
I just want to say that the person said joint accounts. Now there is a legality that is involved. If you say joint account, why do they say joint account? Is it just because the two of their two names are there? Because you have joint accounts, you have okay, let me put it this way. You have accounts that the people are co-owners or they are joint owners. With joint ownership, you have a right of survivorship, meaning that upon death, the person alive automatically stands to take the place of both. Or if it's co-ownership, upon death, the estate of the person that dies goes to his estate. The fact that you both used to sign do not mean that. So that is why I said there is a technical legal question involved. So it's not just enough to say that we sign together. So I will assume that it's safer to assume that it was intended to be a joint owned account, in which case you dispense with probate. Second question, I'm not competent to answer. I think that has to do with registrars.
So don't worry, there's going to be a proper question and answer session. This is just like for the online listeners to give them an opportunity to, tag along. So the second person said, my dad died interstate, but the number of shares in his will is different. Test state. So online person, please take notice, test state. But the number of shares in his will is different from what is held in CSCS digital platform. Where could the mistake has come from? Please enlighten me on this. Thanks. I mean, he died with a legally valid will. So I'm going to give the Meristem CEO.
Sorry, Meristem. So, a couple of things could have happened, right? sometimes companies declare bonuses. They have right issues. It could be anything. The question is it more or less? The person didn't state. But sometimes those shares are not static. You bought 1,000 units of First Bank 10 years ago, doesn't mean it will remain as 1,000 units. Sometimes there are mergers and acquisitions, and those stocks are, yes, so reconstruction, share reconstruction. So yes, it does happen, and that's why when you start the probate process, the first thing the probate court gives you alongside the data form you would fill is what is called a bank certificate. Now, that bank certificate, whether with a will or not, I'm right, is taking around all the institutions where the deceased person had assets. And what they do in case of shares, what the registrar will do is to check their system to confirm the current state of the shares, the current units, state it on the bank certificate, and endorse it with their stamp and signature just to show that it's valid. So whatever your dad had it's possible, it's very, very possible, a million times possible that it's not the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please can I put your hands together for her? All right, so we are going to go into the next session right away, but we're going to have 2 minutes break. Remember, we said, Madam Jessie said, we're going to network. So we just have 2 minutes, walk around, say hello, hi. That's in form of stretching yourself as well. Students, interact with your big aunties and your big uncles. You can interact with each other as well. And if you want tea, please, you can go to the canteen and take tea. Yes. All right. So please don't go home. Oh. If not, I'll eat your lunch. So there is a session for lunch as well. It's free. For those who are asking, oh, are we paying? It's very free. So please do not go anywhere. We have lunch. So please just take 2 minutes, not outside though, within yourselves. Stretch up a little bit before we come back. Say hello, say hi to each other.
I won't say hi to you.
Yes, sure. Please, we have 2 minutes. If you've not taken tea, go to the canteen. If you want to take tea, you could also go to the canteen and have some tea.
I used to say something. Huh? I mean, the woman from the National Probate Commission, that she has not, that she's still in school.
All right, so I've given you all more than 2 minutes. Please, can we come back to sit down? I see some of you sitting down. Nobody is an island. Please relate. Please walk around. Nobody is an island. Please relate. Please walk around. Ask questions. Say hello, hi, what's your name? All right, so we are done with our break now. We can now start coming in. All right, break time is up, guys. Please, can we come in? All right, ladies and gentlemen, students from the Nasarawa State University, time is up. Please, can we come back in? How long have you been? Distinguished. All right, please, can we come back in? It is now time for us to continue with the session. Students, mommies, daddies, investors, ICMRs, registrars, guests. We are all guests. Please, can we come back in? Where are all our students? Oh? Students, big mommies, big daddies, noble women, ICMRs, staff, ICMR, have you? Go and call, exactly.
Okay, let's all get settled down as we continue with our very educative session that we have been having. Can we please all be settled? I'm not talking to myself. Yes. All right. Okay, so welcome back from that very short break. I'm sure we all needed it. But as the course of the event goes, I am going to be welcoming our next speaker, who is a registrar. Actually, we are going to hear it from the registrar's perspective. Yes. Please, can we all settle down? Can we all settle down and be quiet while we invite our next speaker? Thank you while you're quiet, and we welcome the next speaker. So the next speaker is a representative from the Institute of Capital Market Registrars, Mrs. Wuyi Sekoya, and she will be speaking on why dividends investments become unclaimed in Nigerian capital market and how we can also resolve them, and also the common challenges faced by investors and the beneficiaries. Please give a round of applause for Mrs. Wuyi. Please, a round of applause. We can do better than that. Come on. We can do better than that now. Come on. I know we're not hungry again, are we? A round of applause. Thank you. So, Mrs. Wuyi, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate the organizer of this wonderful program, in person of the Securities and Exchange Commission. I want to appreciate the DG and Meristem and all other protocols observed. Thank you so much. My name is Wumi Shekoya. I'm the head of Abuja branch, First Registrars and Investor Services, also a member of ICMR. So I'm standing in gap for the chairman and the president of ICMR, Mrs. Catherine Nwosu. So I'm giving this paper on her behalf. And this morning, I want to appreciate all the speakers that have spoken this morning. Honestly, you guys have spoken everything inside my paper. So I was telling my lady here that I'm not going to spend the time already given. I will not spend up to 10 minutes because almost all what I need to say has already been dealt with. I'll just go straight to some value points. So please, whoever that is in charge of the slide, please just be looking at the slide. I'll just be calling the pages. You just go to the pages. I think that is okay. I can just call the pages, then they go to the slide so that we don't waste much time any longer. Thank you. I want us to go to slide 3, which is the opening remarks. Thank you. The issue of unclaimed funds is more than an operational challenge. It is an investor confidence challenge. Every unclaimed dividend represents an investor who has not fully benefited from participating in Nigerian capital market. The reason why we are gathered here today is because a lot of us has invested in shares in Nigerian capital market and we've not been able to claim our dividend, maybe due to wrong address, due to wrong name, due to one reason or the other. So that is the essence of us being here, or our parents have invested in some of these company shares and we are not even aware of it. So that is the essence why we are here. And why this program is being on is because for us to know how and the procedure to claim all these dividends. Can we go to the slide 5? Can we go to slide 5? Understanding unclaimed funds. Most of the time, the dividend that we have to claim are in various parts. We have unclaimed dividends, return dividend payment. Return dividend payment is when there's an IPO or an offer right issue and you have not claimed the money properly, you were not allotted, or the shares was oversubscribed and the return money are meant for you to be claimed. Some are return rights proceed, unclaimed bonus, estate related shareholdings account, other investors entitlement. Please can we go to slide 6? Why should we care? Why should ICMR care for the investors? Number one, we know we need to care for the investors by reducing the market debt, lower rates, participation stream, like liquidity, increase volatility, and raise the cost of capitals for issues. Human costs, pensions, widows, heirs are often the most affected. Like what we have been saying, a lot of people did not even know. Just like what one of the speakers said, most of the time this applies to the men. Your wife does not know that there's an investment somewhere, and the children and the wife will be suffering, and meanwhile they have needs to handle. So most of the time it affects some human costs, diaspora disconnection. There are some of us that, due to some shares that we bought, one way or the other, what we call jackpot happened to some of us. So by the time we jackpot, we did not put our record straight. So while calling from abroad, wherever you are, you want things to be done immediately, not knowing that you have not put the right thing into order. So by the time you are calling for the registrars to do their part, some other things have to be done by your side. And that is why ICMR is making every effort, that there is a lot of innovations going on, initiatives that we are put into, that no matter where you are, you can also claim any unclaimed dividend for you personally, for your parents, for your children as well. Can we go to slide 7? Major causes of unclaimed dividends. Major causes of unclaimed dividend is no e-dividend mandate, outdated wrong bank account, incomplete investors record, multiple shareholders account, estate related, name identity mismatch, low investors awareness. I will just speak one or two about this. The e-dividend mandate, almost all the registrars have it on their website. Almost all. But of course, we know most of our people, some are not literate. We still have the physical available, in which if you contact the registrar, almost all of us has our phone there, our WhatsApp number there. We can send you the manual one, just like what one of the speakers said. We can send you one of the manual one, make it filled, then return it back to us, and your dividend will be claimed. Also, we have issues of the letter of administration and the probate. I'm so happy that the probate man dealt with it very well. Most of the time, it is not that the registrar wanted to keep your documents, or they don't want to work on your document, but the procedure are not carried on properly. Some are carried on halfway. So most of the time, when you come to the registrar, if the procedure is not done properly, because now all the registrars have the same procedure. So first registrars is not giving you what is different from what African Prudential is giving it to you. Coronation is not giving you different things. So we all have the same procedure of how to go to claim your disease dividend. But there is something that has to be done, which is to start with the probate. You have to go first to obtain what is called the probate man mentioned it now. It is called bank certificate, where all the registrars, you will go there, we will put exactly the unit as it is in our record on that. Then you now go back to go and prepare what is called letter of administration or the probate. Most of the time, that is where we have the issues. The issues are always from incomplete letter of administration or information not known. Maybe you just stumble into some old counterfall of dividends, you now say, oh, so my daddy have shares. Also, awareness is also another thing that is killing most of the capital market, because when you don't go to the right people to ask questions, Securities and Exchange Commission has done us so well by organizing this program. You can walk up to them, go to our website, or go into the online. You can speak to somebody, a stockbroker or an investor or CSS or registrar. They will definitely guide you. But most of the time, we want to jump the procedure. And by jumping the procedure, sometimes delay the unclaimed dividend. But these are the things that ICMR is putting on together so that all investors claim their outstanding dividends and put the record straight. Can we go to slide? Let's go to slide 9. Slide 9. Operational challenges faced by registrars. Operational challenges faced by registrars. Registrars are the operational bridge between issuer and the investor. We are in between. We are in between because we are the one that keep the record. So we are in between the issuer and the investor. So most of the time, when your information is half complete, when your information is not fully complete, it's another challenge that the registrar faces. That's our data record. If our record is not fully complete, it's another thing that the investors have to complete, the regulatory and legal. At least strictly with our KYC, make sure that all the rules given to us by the Securities and Exchange Commission is being carried out. Every necessary KYC we need to do being carried out as well. Technology technology and process as well. It's something that ICMR is looking into. I want us to go down to the because a lot of things have been said, so I'm trying to jump almost all the. So I want us to go down to the role of the investors. The role of the investor. The role of the investor. You have to make sure that you fill the e-dividend form, either manually or online. It is compulsory. There is no way you can get your dividend without filling that e-dividend form. It's very important for every investor. Link your BVN. It is important that the name you have on your BVN in your bank is the same name. If it is not, you need to make sure that it is being corrected. The reason is this: when the dividend is being paid by names, it is possible if the name does not tally with what you have in the bank, it will bounce back and the dividend will not be paid. Also, estate account, have meetings with the family. Make sure that you come with administrators that will be available. Even if they are in diaspora, we know what to do about them, but make sure that you get the details and every necessary information that needs to be on the letter of administration. For instance, somebody is bearing Wumi Shenkoya, but on the shares is bearing Omowumi Shenkoya. When it gets to us, we will definitely tell you to go back and do what is called additional assets or supplementary. So why we ask that you should go and do family meeting, make sure that every name that the disease is bearing should be written in a language in which the registrar will understand and is interacting with the name we have in our record. Also, update your record constantly as an investor. Quarterly, call the registrars, send an email. I want to update. Don't wait until when you travel. Update your record, your email, your phone number. Make sure that all your record is intact. Consolidate your account. Some of us have more than 1 or 2, 3, 4 stockbrokers or CSN number. Meet with your stockbroker, meet with the preferred one, and let your account be consolidated. Stay informed. Let us be aware of what we have. Let us always make sure that we listen to the news. We get information that has to do with capital market. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. Is that all we can do? Or did she not tell you a thing or two that you can learn? Come on, we can do better than that. Thank you very much, Mrs. Wumi, for that wonderful presentation. And I call upon our next speaker. He is from the Central Securities Clearing System, Mr. Babangida, the head dispository. And he will actually be here to tell us the CSCS perspective on probate issues, on how you can facilitate the transfer of inherited investments in the Nigerian capital market. So let's give a round of applause for Mr. Babangida Yaya. Come on, let's give a round of applause before he comes to the podium. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we having fun? Our students, are we having fun? All right. So, let me start by thanking the SEC and Meristem for organizing this very, very insightful event. I have also benefited from it. I won't lie to you, right? And to also bring you good tidings from my MD CEO, Mr. Shehu Yahya Shantali. He was going to attend, but for reasons beyond his control, but he sends his regards. I think my job has been made very, very easy, starting with the DG, who has laid the foundation for all the conversations that we've had today. And we've also had amazing speakers who have followed. So there are a lot of things for not wanting to repeat things that have been said, I'll just skip so many things. I would focus on what CSCS is, because I also realize that a lot of people do not know CSCS. And I'll just tell you a story. I was driving one day and I got flagged down by a policeman. And you know, the typical police, identify yourself. Who are you? I'm a Nigerian. Right? Do you have an ID card? I gave him an ID card. And he looked at the ID card and Central Securities. He said, is this security company new? I don't know this one. I only know Halogen. I only know Kingsguard. I said, this one is Kingsguard for the capital market. So I'll just go through this very quickly. Like I said, we have the presentation on the screen. Okay, next slide, please. So this is just the CSS. Next slide. Next slide. What is CSS? What is CSS? Right? And I'll just speak to this very quickly. I think an easy way to explain what CSS is that we all have bank accounts. I think everybody here has bank accounts. And I'm sure most of us have OP. I have OP too. I have OP, very effective, right? So we all have bank accounts. And there's a reason why we have bank accounts, right? Because we know for certain that when we keep our money in the bank, it is safe, right? But beyond that, we may have need to spend money. We may have need to transfer money from one person to the other. Sometimes our friends, sometimes it's for services that we've paid. We still rely on the bank to ensure that that transfer happens seamlessly. Now, if you look at it from that perspective, that is essentially what CSCS is, in simple terms. And I've tried to come down really granular because our audience is really rich and everybody should understand where we're coming from. What that represents in itself is safety. It represents seamlessness when it comes to using your funds, or you're trying to transfer from one person to the other or from one beneficiary to the other. That is essentially, if you understand this, then you understand what CSCS does. And the role that CSCS plays is critical in this conversation that we're having today, right? And I'll then move on. Next stage. Next screen, please. So the key emphasis is on safekeeping, custody, safekeeping, that whatever securities is being held. So think about it in totality. All the securities, your own, my own, right? Everybody's own, is sitting somewhere in a very secure manner, right? So if you think about it, the emphasis is on safekeeping, right? Safekeeping that is held in custody centrally in CSCS. And there are a couple of things that come into force to ensure that these securities continue to remain in safe custody. The first thing is regulatory oversight. We're a capital market regulated entity that is regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. And as you are aware, the primary mandate of the SEC is investor protection. The SEC is here primarily to protect you and I, everybody. So as a result, any entity that has to operate within this space would operate within the frameworks that have been developed by the SEC, right? As a compliance institution, we operate within the same framework. So regulatory oversight is very important. The SEC will not make any framework that would jeopardize the interest or the safety of the securities or investments of the general public, right? So that in itself, by being compliant and operating within this framework, ensures that whatever is kept at the CSS is in good custody. Beyond that, we've come a long way. In the past, if you made investments in any of these companies, your ownership will be represented by something you call a share certificate, right? But a lot of things could happen to that share certificate. You know, we've seen instances where sometimes you have a certificate, something happened the other day, a person who had, he had done a lot, and he had bought a lot of landed properties, and of course he had the documents, you know, and all of that. And every time he thought about investments, he knew that he had landed properties, and he thought the certificates, all those documents were somewhere securely. He didn't realize that those things had left him long ago. So it's the same thing with share certificates. You may misplace it, right? It may get damaged, it may get stolen for whatever it is. But today we have a market that is called a dematerialized market. What does it mean? All those shared certificates that used to be held in paper form have now been converted into electronic copies, right? Electronic book entries. So they're in digital form now, right? So gone are the days of certificates are missing. Gone are the days of certificates have been stolen. So what that even represents in itself is some sense of security, right? And of course, because there's a lot of data that comes into CSS, out of CSS, we also share, there's a lot of data sharing that happens between CSS and many market participants. Say, take for example, the registrars, right? That information flow, you know, creates a process of reconciliation. All right? There was a question that was asked previously by one of the speakers, and he said there was a disparity between what was on the will and what was held in CSS. What that is pointing to is pointing to something called a source of truth. So it means that, as a matter of fact, we have a system in our market that we can all point to in an attempt to validate what is real or not, what is true or not, right? And again, this is why CSS is very critical. And of course, beyond all of this, as I've mentioned, in our operations, there are controls that are very tight to ensure that the right things are being done and to ensure that your investments are kept in safe custody. There are several other things. Cybersecurity is a threat to many entities, many organizations today, right? But we are addressing that. And of course, there's also business continuity that ensures that even if this system fails, we can back up. We have a backup we can run to and continue to run. If this disaster happens, we can continue to run. So many things. I came across a number, right? Some figures. Next slide, please. That said that if you look at unclaimed assets, right? The statistics around unclaimed assets, there's something that was quoted somewhere to say that we have about over 20 trillion naira worth of assets unclaimed. Some of it, I believe, belongs to some of us here, right? Or maybe to our late relatives or parents or whatever it may be. So, but what this underscores is the fact that there's a lot of money that is sitting idle that could be useful to you and I. So it therefore means that we need to come together and solve this. And this is one of the ways it's being solved, because what do you call it? at the center of this is also issues around knowledge gap and that's what the SEC is doing in conjunction with Meristem to try and other participants to try and address these issues. Some of the challenges, I won't go over this. They've been mentioned. In some cases, the relatives do not even know what they had. In some cases, it's lack of incomplete records. So I won't bother go over this. This has been mentioned. But can this be solved? Yes, it can be solved. Why? Because there's a concept called one record, one truth. The truth, there's somebody that said, if he didn't dare, he didn't dare. It's as simple as that, right? So if it's there, it's there. That's what it is. It's one record, one truth. Today, if you have an investment in the market, you have something you call a CSCS account. For every investor that has a CSCS account, you have a unique identifier called a CHN, right? That's a clearinghouse number. Now, this CHN is linked to all the securities, right, in the market. And this CHN is also a permanent record. It doesn't change. It doesn't change. Once from the day it was created, it's just like if I'm created as Babangida, I remain Babangida, right? Of course, I know there are variations to this these days, right? Some will say identify as this, identify as that. Anyway, but that's not what we're talking about now. But this CHN doesn't change. If a CHN is assigned to you, that CHN remains through the life of that investment. It doesn't matter if the person is alive, it doesn't person is deceased. So this CHN plays a crucial role, right? So what is the way out? I've heard so many things. Oh, we didn't know that our late parent had this. We don't even know what they have. I sat down with Madam, we're having some conversations, right? But there's something called global search. And I would say that is a good place to start from. As the name suggests, it is a search and it is done globally, right? So yes, from the CSCS system. Because the advantage, the strategic advantage of CSCS is that it sits in the middle of the ecosystem. So it has the records that cross across all the other, registrars. If you have how many registrars, it has all the records, right? If there are brokerage firms, it cuts across. So CSCS is able to check the entire breadth of the market to see what you have. And there are processes around it, right? You can also imagine that given the sensitivity of this search, there are processes, that guide it, right? But an easy way is to go through an active broker. Just approach a broker and all the necessary due diligence that needs to be done will be done. And that request will come into CSS. So where are these unclaimed assets? 20 trillion naira? Where are they? Where are they? Right? They must be hiding somewhere. So a lot of them are hiding in different places, right? They are what you call it, securities, or they are securities. Some of them are sitting in the registrar's position, right? Some of them are sitting in the positions of the investors under the registrar. Some of them, the position of the investors under brokers, right? Some of them are even brokerage firms that are no longer active. We call them dead houses, right? You cannot imagine the amount of investment that is sitting in these dead houses. Again, the market, guided by the SEC, has procedures, very effective procedures that have been put in place to help you get your investments, even if the houses are dead. Whether the brokers, so let's say you had a broker, that broker is no longer in operation, the broker has gone under, your investments is still safe. There are procedures that you follow to help you retrieve your investments from those dead houses to any houses of your choice that is active. Again, there's also flexibility in that regard, right? So in this conversation, there are crucial stakeholders, and I think most of these stakeholders have spoken to us today, starting with the regulator itself, the SEC. We've heard from the lawyers, right? We've heard from registrars, right? But of course, the administrators to estates are also critical. They are critical stakeholders because without them, then there's no movement, right? So we've spoken about this. We'll just go, on to the next. In terms of the process to claim assets, what is it? We said letter of administration is very critical. Fine. Once that has been obtained through the relevant processes which has been elaborately spoken to today, right? Of course, KYC, due diligence, is very important, right? This then goes to registrars. It goes to the registrars. The registrars do the actual transmission of these shares in the name of the estate, right? And what CSS essentially does is to update the records, right? So at some point, the shares, I wanted to use my name, but I'm not ready to die yet, right? So, but essentially that's what it is, right? So everybody has a crucial role to play. Everybody has a crucial role to play. This is just a process that outlines different ways that this conversion can be done. So it's the investment that was in the prior in the name of the deceased is now being transferred, right, to the name of the estate, right, which is being controlled by the administrators and all of that. There are different routes to it from the CSS perspective. It is either, remember I said to you that some of them are sitting on the side of the brokers, right? So it's on the side of the registrar. So it's either it's being dematerialized into the estate position, or sometimes some of them are sitting in dead houses. There's a process that is called intermember transfer to retrieve your investment from the dead houses to an active house. And sometimes it is an account that is already existing under a broker. If you see an account that is under a broker, there's an expectation that that account has gone through some due diligence. There's an expectation that it has all the necessary KYC information, right? Otherwise, it will not be active, right? So, but what do we do? Where do we go from here in terms of closing the gap? There's a lot that has been done, and we must give credit to whom credit is due. All the previous speakers have spoken elaborately about some of the initiatives the SCC particularly has been driving. The conversation around unclaimed monies and dividends and everything has been very, very on the forefront of the SCC. So in our own little way at the CSCS, we are contributing to this conversation in some ways. So what we have done is that from an onboarding perspective, because again, information is very critical. If you don't have an investor's bank account number, how do you even pay the dividends? It's not possible. If you cannot identify that Mr. A is Mr. A, how do you even pay Mr. A what is due to him, right? So from an onboarding perspective, what we have done is to enhance our system to ensure that the leaning on the guidance of the SEC that has made certain information, certain KYC information mandatory. So for example, there was a time in this market you didn't need a BVN to open an account. It wasn't important that you brought a bank account number, right? But now these requirements are mandatory. But beyond being mandatory, what we also do at the CSS is that we have integrated into necessary systems to ensure that as this information is coming, we are also validating them. So not only are you giving us a 10-digit account number that looks like an account number, we are verifying this account, is it OP, right? And does it belong to so and so person? So those are some of the controls. But when we collect this information, what do we do with it? The bank account number, for example, we know that the registrars require them to pay dividends to whoever dividends is due to, right? So we also transmit this information, right, to the registrars and other entities as required. And of course, in our own little way, we're also supporting the SEC's national campaign, the advocacy around the resolving the issues related to unclaimed monies. What does this mean for you and I, for all of us? So everybody has a role to play. For an investor, it's important that you nominate a next of kin. We've heard from the legal perspective that next of kin doesn't necessarily mean that now you go chop the money. No, it doesn't. But at least at the minimum, it provides a first point of contact, right? We can reach out and say, hey, we have so thing for Mr. A and A. How do we take it from here? If you don't have a next of kin, sometimes that next of kin makes all the difference, right? It's also important that we keep our information updated from time to time because, again, information is everything, and all the actions that will follow around the corporate actions and all of that are premised on having the right information. You need to mandate your accounts, right? The last speaker spoke about this, e-dividends. If you don't mandate, nothing, right? On the beneficiary perspective, yes, I would suggest start with the unclaimed dividends portal. Somebody called me from the UK last week, and he said he needed help. He believes he has a lot of unclaimed dividends. Where does he even start from? I said, go and check this portal. He came by, he said, wow, he cannot believe it. Now you mean things like this are happening in the country? I say, and even more, right? I say yes, and even more. So that, and in all honesty, that portal does a lot. If you've used it before, even me, I have discovered unclaimed dividends for myself from that portal before. So I would suggest let's start from there and contact the relevant registrar, and of course confirm what holdings is linked to your CHN, what investment, and all of that. And of course, for our legal practitioners that facilitate this process, I think the CHN is pivotal, because if you have the CHN, this CHN, like I said, is unique to everybody. It doesn't change. The same CHN, if I have 10 accounts with 10 brokers, the same CHN, right? It doesn't matter. The CHN is it reveals a lot, so that again, you have a full view of what the investments are. And of course, then confirm the register of record for each of the holdings and verify e-mandate status. So because we have a question and answer session, I've decided to keep this very brief, and anything that has not been spoken to, I believe that we can address during questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Babangida. Did we enjoy Mr. Babangida's session? All right. Can we put our hands together for him once again? All right. So before we continue, let me ask one question. This is what he said. So to show that we're actually following up. CSCS. Who regulates CSCS? You are too intelligent. Put your hands together for yourselves. All right, so we are going to go to the next session. This next session, 80% of us in this room have fallen victim of it. How many of you have fallen victim of MMM? None of you. Don't pretend, though. There's no need of pretend. Everybody is. I've not fallen, so I will not say everybody. All right. So how many have been scammed of the recent CBEX? It's not recent, but then how many of us have been scammed by CBEX? Nobody. All right. So this next session, we're going to be talking about capital market frauds and Ponzi scheme. Those people that will come and meet you and say, bring 100,000 naira. AI will be trading for you. In 1 week, you get 20,000 naira extra. In 2 weeks, you get 100,000 naira extra. Nothing behind the scene. It's just magic. So let's just call it magic money. All right. So taking us in this capital market fraud and Ponzi scheme is Mrs. Tope Owoniko. She is the head of Enforcement Division. So she talks a lot, but we have begged her. We said, please, ma, don't be angry. For the sake of time, please just pack everything into one basket. Put all your eggs in one basket for us today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Tope in the house.
Thank you so much. Very souk osek. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for gracing this meeting with your presence, and I also want to say thank you to all the people who have spoken on how to ensure that your monies that are trapped in the market gets back into your pocket. But like the introduction says, I'm going to be speaking on an aspect that involves how to keep the monies that are yours in your pocket instead of dashing it to some fraudster. And like she said, I'm going to be very, very, very simple. We've heard a lot. I know our heads have been packed with information today. But the commission feels that when it comes to the issue of Ponzi, any opportunity we get to speak with people, we want to talk about Ponzi. Remember, she mentioned MMM, Abby. So MMM, I think the record was about 18 billion then that MMM siphoned out of Nigerian economy. And then after that, a couple of years later, we had something like MBA. How many of you know about MBA? I think that one we were talking in the region of over 200 billion. And then recently, as last year, the CBEX that she mentioned, and we are talking over 1 trillion naira. We want so that, you see how the funds that they are siphoning, how the thing is growing, right? So we want so that the next time any such thing happen in Nigeria, the funds would have gotten, lower and lower and lower, because you know what to do. You know how to spot Ponzi's and how to avoid them so that your monies remain in your pocket. I know we all understand what Ponzi's are, right? If you know what Ponzi is, let me see your hand. Very good. So I won't waste my time too much on the introduction, but suffice it to say, even DG mentioned that Ponzi is robbing Peter to pay Paul. Please, all right. Yeah, thank you. So Ponzi is robbing Peter to pay Paul. And why we're here is because we want you to approach only legitimate investments. We want to combat rising scams so that, like I said, when next anybody says anything about some kind of Ponzi, the amount will be so negligible that Ponzi's will know that Nigeria is not sure business for them. They will just pack their load and leave this country, And also, what I want us to also talk about is how simply to identify them. What are the things you need to look at, the red flags that are so simple and straightforward so that you are able to identify Ponzi. Please, let's move. Very quickly, next slide, please. So like I said, we know what Ponzi is. Ponzi is you collect money from this person, you give it to the other person without doing any business, but you're lying to them that you're doing business and you're making a lot of money. There's no real profit behind it. Next slide. That's what Ponzi is. Simply, I collect money from Madam Buki and I give it to Madam Jennifer and I tell them that I'm doing business, but I'm not doing anything. And how does it work? First and foremost, somebody comes up with this initiative. And I also want to mention to you that there is no business on earth that cannot be weaponized as a Ponzi. As long as the thing is called business, it's possible to turn it into a Ponzi. Because Ponzi has nothing apart from mouth. Ponzi is just going to tell you that I am doing, let me hazard a guess, I'm selling wigs, it can turn to Ponzi. Because the person is going to tell you, oh, I will sell wigs and I will do turnover of so amount of money within so and I will give you a certain return. But if you are wise enough to try and dissect what the business is doing, you will find out that there is nothing there. So how does it work? There is a lure. Somebody tells you one long, big story, and perhaps the person will come through someone that you know, maybe with your affinity network, maybe people in your church or your mosque or somebody in your social group, and then the person is telling you, look, I've been paid for the past 6 months, nothing is happening, they are paying me, so this person is for sure. And then you go and put in your money, so you invest, that's the second stage. Then after invest, okay, this person invests, and then the person recruits you, that's the third stage. By the time they recruit enough persons and have enough money in their hand, they will just vamoose with your money, and then you'll be hearing stories of, oh, the app is crashing, we are migrating into another system, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. So what you see, that's how the trap work is, just 3 ways. And look at, I try to create like a picture of what the funds would look like. So they collect maybe 100 million, perhaps they are going to spend in the region of like maybe 1 million or something, trying to market it to you. Maybe they will spend another 10 million trying to pay other people so that you think they are genuine, and they cut off with most of the money. Next slide. So most of your real money goes into their hands. And why do Nigerians fall victims? Yes, we know there is financial stress. Everybody wants to turn the 1 naira in their kobo in their hands into 2 naira. We know the way Nigeria is. what your 1,000 could buy 3 years ago and now. So everybody's trying to stretch something. You want to make something. You want to have multiple streams of income, and you know what your pocket is saying. So sometimes that stress can force you to fall victims of these people. And of course, like I said, your affinity network, somebody that you know, somebody that is close to you, your sister, your brother, your pastor, your imam, or something has come to you and they've been like, this thing is sure banker. Do you know that my generator in my house, it is through this thing that I bought it? And then you are thinking, if she can buy generator, maybe I can buy a motorcycle. Let me go and find my money and put it inside. And then you put it inside, they pay you the first one, the second one. Then you are thinking, instead of motorcycle, why don't I could buy trailer? Let me borrow from all the people around me and then put the money inside so that I can increase what I can get, you know, and that way, you know, you find out that you are sucked in. And of course, I also want to talk about emerging sectors, like especially the area of digital investments, digital asset investments. You see, most of us don't understand how crypto works. But somebody has come to you and said that you know Bitcoin is some $130,000 per Bitcoin, and you are calculating it in naira. Meanwhile, you have no idea what they are doing. You can't even tell what it's about, and you want to go and borrow money and put your money in it. Something so fancy that you don't even understand, and then you want to go and put your money inside. So sometimes you will hear things, especially crypto. Those of you students, you know, you people, you you will say you are doing digital assets. They are selling coins, tokens, this and that. You have no idea what is happening. You didn't even check to find out whether these people are legit. You are just thinking, okay, how many? You don't know that the platform that you are working on, that dashboard that you are seeing, was created somewhere in Singapore. Everything you are seeing is inside there. You cannot transfer anything out of the place. But in your mind, your money is growing. You're like, do you know how many Bitcoin I have? If I convert it, you have zero. Shishi. There's nothing inside there. So when you find, you know, some exotic investment opportunities that you do not understand, this is the reason why registered investment advisors are in the market. And we have them. You can reach out to people who are knowledgeable. Let them advise you. Ensure that these people are registered, so that at the end of the day, even if anything happens, you have a fallback. You can approach the SEC and say, oh, I invested with so-so-so person. I did this and this with so-so-so person. Can you fight for me? Can you seek redress for me? Please move these slides. So what are some of the warning signs? I said we will look into warning signs. High returns with zero risk. Have you ever seen any business that has no risk? Who has seen that business? Let me see. Even the earth, you are born into the world, there is risk because now dying and you go take come out from inside. There is nothing that is not risky. So when somebody comes and say, look, this is sure, nothing is going to happen, it's for sure, 100% guarantee, know that that is a serious red flag. Just take to your heels. If you hear recruitment incentives, you know, where you are being asked to bring 1, 2, 3 persons before you can get your returns, know that something is going on somewhere and you need to take a closer look. If you have withdrawal obstacles, like I said, by the time they amass enough money, then you start hearing things like, oh, we have a problem with the system and the app is crashing because people are so many, we are migrating, this and that. Just know that the original people behind the investment, they don't run. It's only the marketers or agents that are telling you all that story. So if you hear that something is happening, we are migrating, blah, 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 just know that something is wrong and take caution. Lack of SEC registration, that's very, 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 very key. In fact, that's the first place that you should start when you are offered something. Ensure that the operators, the people around that offering, has the requisite powers to do that by registering with the people, with the SEC in this case, as they should. I talk about vague business models where you don't understand what is happening. It's a secret automated algorithm and you cannot understand it. It is specially, people are specially trained for it. But that person that is trained for it has now decided that it is you that he wants to be making the money for, instead of making the money for himself. you should know that something is wrong somewhere. And of course, when someone is pushing you to invest and they're like, look, the train is moving, oh, if you don't get on it, you are going to miss out. There is nothing worth wasting or risking your hard-earned money for by running for you. If the investment is legitimate, if it is genuine, it will wait for you. Please move the slides. I said some of the dangerous phrases for you to watch out for. Sometimes they will say, join now before the slot closes. You don't need to understand how the system, just invest and you have guaranteed passive investment. They'll be talking about plenty streams of income, passive investment. You're just sitting down. There are like 10 ways that the money will come back to you. When you hear some of these phrases, just let your antenna, let it rise. They talk about guaranteed investment, double your money, limited. So, those are some of the ways, some of the wordings that are used. And I felt that I should point that out to you so that sometimes, yes, it may not be dressed like what we're talking about, but when you hear some of these thoughts, some of these slogans, you should know that you should take a closer look. Next slide. So you see, crypto and AI investment offers, agricultural investment. We've dealt with a number of them in SEC. Like this, like my introduction says, I work with enforcement and I investigate Ponzi schemes that have come to the commission, which complaints have come to the commission. And I've seen them in so many ways. We've seen it in mining, we've seen it in agriculture, we've seen it in crypto, virtual assets, we've seen it in all manners of things. And then another thing I want to mention is online groups, social media groups. If I get 100 complaints on Ponzi, I promise you that 60% of them emanated somewhere around or is moving somewhere around a social media group. If it is not WhatsApp, it is Telegram, or they are following somebody on Instagram or on Facebook, because the ability for anyone to pinpoint who is behind some of those things can be very difficult. So they can use it to cover themselves while they perpetuate all manners of evil. So if someone is inviting you to come and do something and is on Facebook or WhatsApp or something, please ask for their physical address. Because at the end of the day, they have to have somewhere, a physical location. But when somebody scams you, there's nobody to hold on WhatsApp or on Facebook. But if you knew one office, at least we can go there and go and knock the door of that office. So, and we find out that that's what's happening on some of those. In fact, some people, they are professional, Ponzi customers. They shop for them online. They have their groups where they work. So be very, very wary of investment invitations that come through social media groups. Move the slide. Okay, I mentioned MMM. See, all the people I mentioned, MMM, MBA, CBEX, and you see the money is just graduating, the amount of money they are collecting from it, which means that it's either Nigerians are not learning or they are too greedy. So, and that's what they will prey on. That's what any Ponzi will prey on, is your ignorance or your greed. You might think that, like the DG was saying when he was speaking, that you can get in and get out quickly. But just think about it. When we look at the back of all the Ponzi's that we've investigated, at the very least, 70% of the money was taken away by the people perpetrating the business, the scam. So if that is the case, you can now imagine that the number of people that brought all that money, where 70% went with them. If only 2-3 people patronized them before they went down, we won't be talking about this quantum of money. Do you understand? So really, you should be careful of where you put your funds, and you should also tell your group, your social group, your family members, please noise it abroad. We want everybody to know what Ponzi's are and how they can show up. They can show up dressed in different ways, but know that they will come with urgency. They will not be registered. They will come with recruitment. They will come with different stories that you cannot really pinpoint what business they are doing. Next slide. So what are the questions that you need to ask? You need to ask who is running the business. You need to ask whether the business is licensed. You need to find out how the money is made. What are they making? Which business? What are they doing? How the profit is being made that they can offer you 10%, 20% within such short period of time. What are the withdrawal terms so that they will not come and tell you tomorrow that, no, in order for you to withdraw, you need to bring like 16 people. And then they will find a way to lure you to bring more money, So then, of course, you need to be able to verify independently. If the people are in insurance, NICOM is there. They will verify for you. If the people say that they are in the capital market, SEC, we are here, we will verify for you. If it is money market, TBN is there. So just look for the regulator that concerns the line of business, the particular line of business that someone is trying to tout to you, and make sure that you verify what they do. Next slide. Let's move on. Let's move on, because I don't have that much time. Move to the next slide, please. So also remember that greed, universal rule of returns on investment, is low risk. You have moderate returns, low returns, high risk. You have potential. So if they tell you 100%, just know that that money is bye-bye. You may never get it back. So don't rush. Request audit. Don't borrow to invest. Don't come to SEC and say that it is school fees, or somebody gave you money to pay for rent and then you use it for investment. You will not see it. In fact, let me tell you that in the 2025 Act, our new act, if we find the Ponzi and we get the money, you are going to forfeit it to the federal government. So don't be thinking that if I patronize Ponzi and SEC gets into it and helps me and collects the money, then they will come and give me the money. No. So there is no point you doing it. Whether we get the money or not, you are not getting it. It's coming to federal government. Just stay within the bounds of legitimate investment. Kawaii. That's the best thing that you can do for yourself. Next slide. So if you are approached, you pause, you request, you ask for information, you investigate, and you verify. Next slide. I think I've said this in different ways. So if you have already invested, this is also important. Stop sending fresh money. After CBEX crashed, they reconstituted themselves and started telling the customers that, what, if you can bring in $200, we can help you get your supposed 18,000 that is inside the CBEX app. So they are still looking for ways to get money out of your hands. If you have already messed up by putting your money inside, just let the one that you have put, let it be the last. Say bye-bye to that one. Don't send fresh funds, okay? And don't refer other persons. Be your brother's keeper. It will be really wicked if you knew that these people were Ponzi and you still called other persons to it. Then you'll be enabling the business. You are one of the reasons why they are thriving in Nigeria. Document all your records. Make sure that your records are up to date, because you never know. Even though SEC will not pursue it for you, maybe you have an independent pursuit somewhere, and you need to show that indeed, you parted with monies, and maybe something can be done for you. And alert authorities, let us know, because the sooner we know, the faster we can get them to shut down. Next slide. So finally, you need to protect your money by verifying first. So whenever anybody approaches you, what do? You check with us. How do you check with us? If you go to SEC's website, www.sec.gov.ng, a number of people have talked about that website today in their presentation. When you go in there, all the names of the listed and registered investment houses, CMOs, capital market operators, are on that website. So if somebody, for instance, comes to you and say, I'm ABC gold mining something, just go to that website and go and put that ABC. Search ABC. So I'm giving you the easy way to do it. Just search that name. If the person is registered instead, the name will pop up. But if it's not, it will tell you no information. Just make sure you get the correct name and you put it up there. you will get the information that is that you need, so that you can stay away from people who potentially are going to run away with your money. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tokpe. Again, a round of applause for her. I am sure we have learned how to verify capital market operators, right? And we are not going to fall for any Ponzi scheme again, are we? Is that a promise? Is that a promise? Okay, I hope we've been having a very good time, and I hope we've learned a thing or two. So to the next section of the day, we have our panel section. This is actually our interactive question and answer session. And I'm sure from all the speakers, there are several questions, at least one or two here with the people in the audience that have questions to ask. Am I right? Exactly. So I love that. So in the meantime, I will call upon all the speakers today who have given us a word or two to kindly come upon the stage where we'll have a panel session. So this is for more focus, at least for people to be able to, people online and people offline, to be able to have a proper interactive section with the speakers. So all the speakers today that have graced us with their presence and their intelligence and their knowledge, can you kindly come upon the stage? Thank you as you do so. Please, let's give a round of applause for them as they come upon the stage. Come on, let's ginger them. Let's do that. We can do better now. Come on. Thank you. No, don't worry. And this panel or interactive question and answer session is going to be anchored by none other than our acting MD of Meristem Registrars and Probate Services, Miss Nkechi Okoye. Give a round of applause for her.
Thank you everyone. I would like to commend everyone. It's been a full day of knowledge sharing. We've shared a lot. We've been speaking since morning. How many of us have learned something new today, even if it's just one thing? I have learned, even as a speaker, in all honesty, I have learned. No knowledge is a waste. So we hear that a lot of us have questions. Yes, forgive me. A big thank you to all our speakers and invited guests. Thank you for sharing your wealth of knowledge with us. I don't know. We have questions, right? If you have questions, please raise your hand. I need someone to give mics. Yes. So I think, where should we start from? Front or back? I wish I had a coin to toss. Okay. Can I get 2 mics? One person here, one person there. Okay. So please give the mic. Let's start from the middle.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I thank you very much to the organizers, SEC and Meristem. Thank you so much. So much knowledge and information, and to all the speakers. So my first question, I have maybe 2 or 3 questions. The first one is about the probate.
Just one, please.
Oh my.
So that it will go around.
Okay. All right. Let me stick to the first one then. I wanted to find out the processes for going for a deceased loved one. I was at the Federal High Court, and what the staff at the probate told me is that it's difficult, it takes a long time, you need a lawyer, and incidentally, there was a lawyer that was there that had come to do that same process for his client. And so, of course, I engaged a lawyer. We've not really done anything because we're still like trying to put together everything. So I want to ask, do you need a lawyer? Do you really need a lawyer? And how do we actually get, because if I go into the High Court expecting to be helped, and the people I see there are telling me it can be long, it can be cumbersome, as a somebody that is not a lawyer, a learned person, it may be difficult for you to process. What do I do? Because it looks like they're just telling you, you can't really do it, we can't do it, get a lawyer.
Thank you. If I can just answer that directly. I want to believe that somebody here must have obtained a letter of admission before. If okay, okay. Now, when I give my people, I went through the process. The only time that I stated that you needed a lawyer to do something is if one of the administrators lives abroad and he cannot appear in person, so that we'll be able to, through a lawyer, having verified that a lawyer is involved, we can send to him. Otherwise, you're just working anytime. But to correct you, you can't get a letter of admission from Federal High Court. From Federal High Court? Oh, okay. Yeah, it can be High Court of Kaduna State, High Court of Lagos State, but not Federal High Court. No other courts. Yeah, there are times people come with even from customary courts of appeal. Those ones are not backed by law. You know, you may well have wasted your money. So you can walk in. If you want to use a lawyer, it's well within your rights. Of course, the lawyer will be going to the registry to follow up on your behalf. But you can also on your own. In fact, I want to say that over 60%, I have not taken the head count of those that come before us, do so on their own.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for answering that question. If you have complex probate issues, please, you may also see Meristem at the end. Yes, ma'am. Next person.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the speakers for today. What you have said have really opened my eyes. My name is Mrs. Kilebi Ebotumike Dorothy, the Secretary of ISAN Abuja chapter. I have various questions. First, rush it. For my brother, Dr. Diary, you made mention that the death certificate from the hospital is not valid. That's a question I want to know. Why? For the CSCS, you made mention online. Okay, online. Because it's okay. I took someone to your office. I took somebody else there. All right. I took somebody else there, and they said it's indefinite now. You cannot come and get the global step because I wanted to do a global step. Why is that? If you're attending to the public, please open the doors, let people come in, because a lot of things have been said here today that we need to really go and find out this global step. That's it. Then for Daddy in SEC, Dr. Tafa, you made mention of you making sure that people come for their share. I particularly have not seen on the media, that is NTA, I rise and all that, that you're telling the public, like an advocacy, telling the public, please, if you have shares in this place, in that place, come and collect your dividend. So we need to work more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, if I give you the mic next time, one question. Yes, please. So I think she had questions for probate and Mr. Babangida. So please, sir, if you can briefly answer her question.
Please, I'm not sure I said that death certificate from hospital is invalid. I didn't say so. I said we accept that, but we are inching gradually towards accepting only that will come from National Population Commission, because they have a better system now that it cannot be falsified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam. You made two comments. One is regarding closing time. You said you took someone and you're told that the office was closed by 2 p.m. Our official closing time is 4 p.m. I'll probably need to better understand the circumstances around the 2 p.m. event, except in the exceptional cases, say like public holidays, where we are probably doing half day, and even with that, we notify ahead, right? But I will perhaps speak with you further on this to understand the context around this. On the global search, there's no suspension of global search that has been approved by CSCS. The global search service is open. I would admit that there's a surge in global search. There's been a surge in global search requests lately, right? And but there's no suspension. So, and that was even quite, well communicated, even to the market stakeholders, the brokers, and all of that, with an expectation that the information also trickles to investors. But we've been working around that, and I'm also aware that that search has been met with some measures. We've deployed some additional resources just to deal with that. And I'm aware that that backlog is thinning out very quickly. But again, I'll discuss that with you further, just to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let's hear from a man. Thank you. One question.
Yes. I have one question for Meristem and SEC altogether. But before that, I would like to appreciate one thing that is very unique when I came in, even though I've been attending workshops like this. And what is that thing that is unique? When I came in, I saw students in their large numbers, and the future of the market belongs to them. Students, your generation is very, you are the luckiest one. You understand me? Please give the organizer a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, the question for Meristem is that your operation is over-centralized in Lagos. Even though from this thing, I'm a corporate player, I'm a shareholder. I've been to your office at Elizade or this thing. What you have there is a desk, somebody attending to people on this thing. So unlike First Registrar, Prudential Registrar, and many others, please, for inheritance without ASU, share transmission without ASU, your presence in Abuja is very important. Very, very important. Please pass the message across to the chief registrar. Then the SEC, thank you very much. So I think I met you at Orlando. Sorry. The next question, SEC, the shareholders associations, you understand me? Whereby they have been trying to come together to initiate students in something like this. If you go to CAC, you want to register, we learn that maybe there is a ban. They will always refer us to SEC. So I don't know if there is a ban on registration of shareholders association. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, does anyone want to respond from SEC? Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma.
Thank you very much. Well, there's no ban on registration of shareholder associations. But the reason why CAC will refer you to us is sometimes they want you to get a no objection from us. I would also encourage you all anyway to just form formidable associations. We have more shareholder associations than the number of listed companies right now. I think it's not making, you need to form associations that are impactful. We're getting quite a large number. And whereas we haven't stopped registration and we are not stopping it, you need to think about how to galvanize yourselves into formidable groups that can achieve the objective that you would like to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I thought I could come to the back, but apparently the speakers up are affecting that. Thank you, ma'am, for answering that. Just to speak to the Meristem office. So yes, we do have a fully functional office in Abuja. However, we are changing locations, and the new location is being renovated. That's why it seems as if all you can see at the former location is just a desk to attend to shareholders. But before the month end, our new address will be communicated. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is very direct, but I don't know it's directed to you. We have different platforms at which you can use to invest. We have the Bamboo, the investment one, and now you are using investment one, you discover that sometimes for you to fund the account is a problem to you. You want to switch to another platform like the Bamboo. Is it that for the Bamboo you will need another CSC number, or is there? My question is it possible to have two CSC number, or one CSC number covers all the platform you are going to be using for investment? That's my question.
Thank you very much. Mr. Babangida, do you want to speak to that? Thank you.
Okay, so I think good question. I think I touched on that earlier when I was presenting. The idea behind the CHN number, right? CHN, which is the clearinghouse number, is that it is a unique identifier, and ideally you should only have one. So regardless of how many platforms you cut across, you will have only one CHN, right? And I also expect, I don't know how the specific platforms have been built, but I expect that there's also a provision for you to open account with an existing CHN, all right? But whether you do or not, as it is currently built, even if you attempt to open another account, not as an existing, like a fresh account, it will still refer you back to the fact that you have an existing CHN and to pull it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Just add a little
Yes.
to it. So it depends on your objective. So he's right about you having a unique CHN, but that's not all. So what you said is about you not being satisfied with one and you want to move to another. There are two things you can do. You can open another account with the other one, right? And use your CHN as one of your identifiers. So you'll be asked for your BVN, your NIN, and your CHN. Now, that will make you create a new account, right? CHN is unique, but there are account numbers that are different. So the account number, your stockbroking account number that you will get from the different platforms are different. So that is about you having more than one account. You can also do inter-member transfer as it is with traditional stockbroking, because you are not stuck to a broker once you begin to patronize them. You can have as many brokers as you like, and if you decide that you want to move your investments from one to another so that you can consolidate everything, you can also do your inter-member transfer. I hope that is clear.
Thank you. So I'm taking one question and then I'll move to the students. I'm not.
Well, I want to thank the panel. I must say I have learned a lot from you, and you spoke so well. I have also asked bilaterally to get a copy of one of the presentations. Now, I have gone through all that you have said, but being a permanent student, and I believe some of us are permanent students here. And looking at this wing, I see students. And we say they are the future of this country, and we want them to be in this market. Mine is just a request. That all that you have spoken here, you gave us slides and all the rest of them, and we have listened to you. I want to request you to make a compendium of all that you have spoken here and make it available to some of us that are permanent students and the ones that are here, so that they will not only just go with what they have listened here or what they have heard here, but they will have a reference that they will be using. Maybe some of them will go into economics, maybe some will they will go into this market. It will be very relevant to them. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I think Sec had earlier assured us if you did drop your email address at the registration desk, the slides would be sent to you. This clinic is also aired live on YouTube. The recording would also be sent to you. So please watch out for our email recording. If you don't get it, this Sec office. Thank you. Please, I want to go to the students. Let's just pick 2-3 questions. I'll come back. We'll take as many as possible. But we said they are the future. So let's hear from the future.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers today. Your lectures were really intriguing and educative. Thank you very much. My question is for Mrs. Afsa. During the discussion of the transmission of shares, it was explained that incomplete documentation and family disputes often delay the process, right? So is SEC considering any digital or a simplified process that could make the verification and transmission easier for securities, like for them to be faster, and also protecting beneficiaries from frauds?
Thank you, Mrs. Rufai.
Thank you. All right, so you're right about the use of technology to make things faster. I know that one of the projects we have in the pipeline is to have an identity management system that could also serve as a central repository of data. I would agree, even though you didn't mention it, that it could be inferred from what I said, that registrars all have to go to the probate registries to verify sometimes the same documents, and that can be done better with technology. So it's one of the one of the things we want to achieve through the identity management system, which is in the pipeline. Same thing will prevent fraud, because identity management is key. When it is lax, there's a lot of room for fraud. I did talk about impersonation, but if we have a good identity management system unique to the capital market, which will serve as a functional identity management system for the capital market, creating a better unique identifier, I think the issue of fraud would also be properly addressed. So yes, it is in the pipeline.
Thank you very much.
Can I contribute, please?
Yes, please.
Regarding confirmation of probate letters, just like SEC is doing, we are also having something in the pipeline. And what we resolve to do, this arose from a meeting we had with the Pension Fund Administrators Association, is to have a QR code in our letters, so that when our letters are submitted anywhere, at least you can, from the QR code, be able to identify that actually it ensues from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that initiative from the probate court. Yes.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. You made mention of asking unlimited questions, or you're accepting any questions. So my question is, what is the impact of insurance in issuing probate? Like in terms where you made mention of forgetting of assets or dividends, something like that, to an individual or his family, if he's deceased. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. Probate. Does anybody want to address that? The impact of insurance in probate, does it cover anything?
Yes, I was just asking my colleagues here, and they educated me a bit more what maybe is asking for. I don't see how insurance as a mitigating process or what. Right now, that is not part of what we consider. You still have to excuse us. Our systems are still growing. By the time we have the competence, maybe we'll get to that.
But let me ask, do you have an idea of how insurance can be leveraged in this process? Do you have, or you just simply just ask the question?
I just feel every individual, if you don't have, like, let me say, life insurance individually, let me say, for sure, people have insurance based on their will also. So I think about it as, instead of the family forgetting that, yes, his or her deceased relative has this particular asset, why don't they just walk in and say maybe the SEC can work hand in hand with them, like a remembrance. Let it be in the contract that also this can happen or this can be involved.
Okay. So thank you. I have a sense of what you're talking about, but I think that what we have at the moment, I'm not sure of any direct insurance product that speaks to what we have spoken about. Life assurance is a different thing. But we do have trust services, and that is also one of the ways to take care of estates. So we talked about will, we talked about letters of administration, but we didn't talk about trust. So you can actually appoint a trustee in your lifetime. Indeed, hand over your assets to them and tell them how you want to administer your estates, both in your lifetime and after you are gone. And that can actually even save you the trouble that we have spoken about today. So trustees have a role to play. So it's an option that people have to take. Either they write a will, they choose, well, they die intestate. Sometimes it's not a choice, but you don't know when you're going to die. So some people die intestate, some people die testate. Some people actually appoint trustees. So even as we speak, some people's assets are domiciled with trustees already. And their beneficiaries they're not beneficiaries just in death. They are actually known already. The trustee knows how to flow even when the person has died. He has given instructions that when he dies, this person and this person and this person should continue running my estate. And they just flow like that naturally. So trustees are also in the process.
Thank you very much. I thought the clap would be louder than that. Thank you very much. If you do need to set up a trust, please speak to any one of us at Meristem at the end of this event. I'll take one more question from the students, then I'll come back to the adults, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. First off, my question is to the person that spoke about unclaimed fund. Thank you very much for the insightful. I typed my question so that I don't forget. So thank you very much for the insightful presentation. You mentioned something about some people who ignored legitimate calls about unclaimed dividends because they assumed they were scams. Given the rise in financial fraud today, what are some practical ways an individual can verify a call, email, or message about unclaimed dividends or investments is genuine?
Thank you very much. Mr. Tafa.
Okay, thank you. So I'll give you a practical example of what we did. So when colleagues went to one of the registrars on this issue, the registrars, so what we did is you can have an arrangement with the telecom companies where you have dedicated lines. And when you call, the caller ID will be the name of for instance, the registrar. So they were having that problem. So we said, okay, fine. What you do is have that arrangement so that, because our officers sat down in their call center and were calling people and we're having this problem. So we said, okay, fine. What we'll do is go and make this arrangement so that the caller ID, when we use your phones to call, will be the name of the registrar. I know that there are a lot of things that are possible in Nigeria, but that's one of the ways in which you can do it so that you are sure of who is talking to you. And you can also verify if you're not sure. The problem is, why we're having that as a problem is that we gave you information, understand. So there are ways in which you can verify, but that's one of the ways in which we were able to get around that problem.
So that's correct. Sorry, that's absolutely correct. So I think Truecaller can help. However, one direct way you can also do it is to get in touch with SEC. You have our email addresses, you have our phone numbers on our websites. The easiest of the email addresses is sec@sec. sec@sec.gov.ng. sec@sec.gov.ng, right? So you can send us an email. You can even state that you got a call from one Mr. Stru, and if you want to meet us with us physically, you can visit any of our offices. But not trying at all is what Mr. Tafa is saying. I mean, you can't choose not to try. It's not the best way. So Truecaller can help you identify phone numbers. You can also contact SEC directly.
Good afternoon, everybody. Very honorable panel. Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation today. I'm going to jump on the last trend, talking about engagement. Personally, I am a stakeholder and community engagement specialist, and I have a couple of ideas as to how SEC can drive this engagement. Nigerians are naturally apprehensive people. So if you don't put out the information out there, like our mommy said that she has not even seen it on places like NTA. But beyond NTA, there are other very nice traditional means of reaching people. And I promise you, if you engage somebody like me, I'm currently jobless at the moment. I'm job hunting. So if you engage somebody like me, I have massive experience dealing with stakeholder engagement. I've worked in AEDC, I've worked in development, I've worked in broadcasting. So I promise you, if you engage me, I can pick a team that will drive this information nationwide through the urban and rural communities. And you might just end up creating days, allotting days for government officers, for traders, for students, and you deal with them appropriately. I am free. Please communicate with me and I'll give you my terms for working with you. All right. So, no, that's not a question. We came here to ask questions now. So the first question I have is this. In a situation where PFAs and banks are not known, like we mentioned, some people live their lives and they don't communicate with their wards. Oh, I'm banking here. Oh, this is my PFA. In a situation where those PFAs are not known, does the the bank certificate from the court, does it cover that track? Or is there a way to engage the PFAs and banks that we don't know of yet? Then secondly, you said bequeathing of wealth to offspring is not automatic. Now, if the bequeathing of wealth to offspring is not automatic, why do courts force persons, males and females, to take care of children that they have, that they gave birth to and practically abandoned? I think that forums like this is an opportunity for us to engage the law, engage rules and regulations, and try to make them better. We have to protect families. If we leave it open the way we are leaving it and saying bequeathing of wealth is not automatic, then we'll throw a lot of families into pandemonium, into panic, and into abandonment. I believe that the first point of call for anybody's estate should be the person's immediate family. I can't remember who made that comment, that when a person is diseased, the person has died and the person cannot control the person's estate again. Shouldn't the law, shouldn't the community, shouldn't the constitution protect immediate families? That is the second question I want to. No, I've asked. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. You will pay for the free marketing that you did for yourself. Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Okay. The first part of what you said is that whether bank certificate can solve the problem of people that perhaps you don't know their banking details, or you mentioned PFAs, right? What I can say about that, as a matter of principle, it's not our business to fish for information for you. But for instance, if you have the BVN of the person, we can just use that information alone. And we don't expect, at least you must know some banks that even if you don't know affirmatively, you suspect this person has an account with 3, 4, or 5. If you want to be very helpful, maybe after those ones respond that they don't have, we can still select another set. but it's not in all cases that we do that. We just want to be careful. Now you're talking about PFAs are not that many, so that one we have not practically have to deal with this circumstance you are talking about anyway. But I know that PFAs are not as many as banks as they operate, but we can still do the same thing. Now coming to, I'm not sure I'm the one that said that the family is not supposed to be taken care of. What I said. Now let's make a distinction. Let's make a distinction. Appointing somebody as an administrator is different from who ultimately benefits from the estate. There are a lot of legal issues involved. Unfortunately, in Abuja, we don't have what I refer to as the administrator of estates law. In some jurisdictions, they have it, which actually are specified in what form, if a person dies, taking his personal law into account, his estate may be distributed. So we will trust that whoever is appointed by our letter would, of course, he has undertaken that he will account. In so undertaking, he will do the proper thing. You must know those who are entitled to the estates. Perhaps the deceased, even though he didn't make a will, may have expressed some intentions. They may give effect to that. And if the family is all working together, normally there won't be any problem. That, if there is a problem, will eventually be something that will be solved by a court. We are not, strictly speaking, we are a court, but we are not a court that adjudicates. So we have no control over that. The only point I also made is that when somebody dies, if he has assets, you are not at liberty to just start administering the estate assets as you wish, because the person has died. That is the sense for you coming over to obtain a letter of administration. That point I made, but not that the immediate family or family is not supposed to benefit from the estate.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this initiative. 2 quick comments. First, this is amazing. Can we put the presentations that we have had today on the social media portals of SCT? Sorry, hang in, please. I wasn't here when it was said. Please, let's put it out there. It's not even just about it being in the emails of those that are here. It's that also the general public needs to see this. Number 2 comment from me. One of the challenges that was repeated here was the challenge of names being put in different formats. Is it possible that SEC as an entity can begin to engage from the policy perspective that the nation harmonizes how people document their name? If we want to be starting with surname, first name, middle name, let there be some sort of policy guiding every corporate entity, and that can be done so that people will not be at liberty wherever you are, whichever form they give you. Sometimes you start with your first name or your last name. Now, in terms of my question, sorry. Now, all things being equal, SARS and MA, if you have all your documentation ready, what is the timeline to process for a probate? What is the timeline? That's number 2. Sorry, one more minute. Okay, we give this up. Number 2, from the perspective of problem solving, we know that some of these things won't go. Case in point, ma'am, please, can I hear myself? If I don't hear myself, I can't talk. Sorry, excuse me, please. I'm here. Excuse me, please. Excuse me. I'm here on the altar of my dad, who died 10 years ago. Now, something that we need to get is probate. We cannot find the documents. We have ransacked the house for the relevant documents. How can we solve the problem of documentation if it truly cannot be found? You don't even know where all the shares are. You don't even know where the accounts are, but you know they exist. How can we truly solve it and bypass bringing the original copies?
Thank you. I'll be holding the mic now. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Apologies, please. Let's hear the answer to that question.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that question. When it comes to probate, when it comes to a disease account, when it comes to when it comes to probate, when it comes to a disease account that have shares in any of the companies, the first thing that you need to do is to go to the court. That's go to the probate. Is to go to the probate. That's to go to the high court, where you will be given what is called bank certificate. That bank certificate is like a letter that will be given to you. It will be written to whom it may be concerned. You take it to all the registrars. That is, if you know them, you take it to the registrars. They'll put the unit as it is in our record on the letter. When that is done, sign and seal will be returned back to the probate for them to prepare the letter of administration. While you get the other documents, while that one is being done, the registrars will give you the request that you need to bring in addition to the letter of administration. Now, you are now asking that what exactly is the time of getting this done? The time is, it takes us 72 hours as registrars to get this done, provided every information has been given to us at the point of reconfirmation from the court. It takes us that 72 hours to make the letter of administration ready for you to be able to claim the outstanding dividend on the disease account.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else want to add? Any of our speakers? Yes, I'm coming to you, ma.
That is a question that occurs recurrently, that how soon, when somebody applies for probate, would they have the grant out? Now, personally, I tell people I can't tell. Why I can't is this. From the day you applied, at least there is one specific time interval we know. If we make a publication, 21 days must elapse. That one is certain. But there are other things involved. A bank certificate is generated, not only to, in fairness, I think to the registrars, their responses are hardly delayed. But some banks may take forever to respond. And if there is landed property involved, in Abuja, for instance, we must write to AGs for confirmation. All these things are things not within our control. And because they are not within our control, we cannot tell you that within so much time, we'll be able to have this ready for you. But I advise people, when those bank certificates or letters are written, if you can do follow-up, maybe the response time can be faster.
Thank you very much. We have someone from Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund who wants to shed more light on that. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is, I think my namesake is here, Mrs. Solubumi. So that is my name. Yeah, I once was Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund with a benefits department, right? Like most of the documents that everyone has been mentioning, all departments that have spoken so far, like that of that auntie that was talking about how do they get document being ready or whatever if the document is missing. Sometimes you go to your employer because when you go to your employer will get you all the documents you needed in anything you want to get in your claim, because we call it survival pension, right? Because when you have a survival pension, that is the disease, you go to court and get your document, and that is a death certificate. When you get that, you go to your registrar and all. So with that, you can achieve whatever you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. One more question from here before I go back there.
Good afternoon, everybody. Kudos to the organizer of this. We've really enjoyed ourselves, but it will be an error. My name is Mrs. Eberechukwu Anyiwo, if we don't ask Mrs. Tope question, it will be a very big error. If you are somebody in the spirit, like there are some of us here that people have been following up seriously, that they want us to come and do some business, you will get this, you will get, so many of us are victims here. And for this kind of a program, it has given us an eye-opener to know what is really happening. Even in the church, somebody that is a born again will come and be telling you, born again, this is what you need to do. In the mosque, the same thing. And my advice is just, you people should try and do more of these programs. Go out there in the market, go everywhere, so that they can pin these people down, because they are everywhere. They are everywhere, pursuing. They will tell you, get billion. Bring it and come and see how it will double. So many of us, so many of us, we fell into it through church. Was where I got trapped. Please, I beg us, do more of it, Mrs. Tope. The Lord bless you.
Amen. Thank you. Mrs. Tope has heard. So please, our speakers have said that they have just 5 minutes left. Some of them have flights to catch and the likes. So I'll just be taking three questions. However, please, they are still here with us. Meristem is here, SEC is here. If at the end of this session you still have questions, please approach any one of us. SEC, they are on their uniform. Meristem, this is us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mr. Saliu Hamanjida, the chairman of Strong and Small Traders Disability Cooperative Society Limited. So actually, I have caution, I have contribution. So the contribution that I bring, the SEC have another policy for the person with disability traders. You know that we have the Organization of Disability Traders. So actually, the contribution that I put in this movement, we have to create another implementation policy for disability investors, because they have investors among disability people. But there is no orientation, no verification to inform them about the benefiting of the investment. So I advise the Securities and Exchange Commission to put and provide this. It is easy for them to access. Secondly, I was victim during the investment one chance. Last 2 years, one of the person with disability invests his money through to the fake application. So how SEC can treat these people to stop the one chance and the fake to create for the fake application? So please, we need to treat this matter. And again, after we treat this matter, to show us truth, how to investment, truth investment, and truth website, truth anything to enable them. Some people want to invest, but they are fear one chance. Like crypto, we have different applications for crypto, but you don't know which kind of application is good, which one is true. So please try to treat this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your candor. We appreciate your being here. And the commission obviously is interested in all category of people being in the capital market. So, but with respect to your questions regarding investment scams, you mentioned that an individual in particular had been scammed 2 weeks ago. I would encourage you to advise the person to write to the commission. Throughout our presentations today, you have heard us refer from time to time to our SEC email, sec@sec.gov.ng. The person can send in their complaints
that way. They can write physical letters to the Director General of SEC. You could also call in. Our phone numbers had been advertised throughout the event, and if you don't know it, see us, we will tell you who to call. If you want specific numbers before you leave, you could also approach me. I will show you where the complaints should come to. And with respect to what the SEC is doing, one of what SEC is doing is exactly what we're doing here today. Because if we weren't here, you won't have the opportunity to say this. Yeah. And you have learned a lot about the red flags to look out for. Please also help us to continue to be an ambassador by sharing this information. And of course, when we have other avenues, when we have other programs such as this, you will also be invited like you have been invited today. So be on the lookout, send in your complaints, and we will treat it as best as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tokwe. I have a question written down here. I'll read it and answer. But let me add to what Tokwe said. And she's absolutely right. I just want to add that if you have an association, and I think you do, if you're having any of your activities and you want SEC to speak, you can invite us. Give us a slot of maybe 30 minutes, 1 hour. We'll enlighten people. That will be done. All right? So somebody says, what is the difference between share transfer and share transmission? So transfer has to do with maybe sale. So if you want to sell your shares, or you want to do what we call nominal, when you transfer to your relation, nominal transfer. Nominal transfer. So you can transfer via sale or purchase, right? Depending on the side that you are. It could also be nominal transfer, which is a transfer from yourself to your relations. Children, parents, people of the same clan with you. And I think recently we added even parents-in-law to that. So nominal transfer is something we also need to talk about. It costs you less to transfer shares from yourself to your children when you're alive, though, right? Or from yourself to your parents or your siblings. Immediate family. Transmission is person to beneficiaries. I hope that clears it up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. It is an awareness creation for most of us. Let me go straight to the question. Please, I want to know the fate of people that bought shares from Skybank. Before it was bought over, we bought shares there. I have over 10,000 units there. But up till now, we don't know our fate. So what will be our fate? Thank you.
Does any of our speakers want to address that? Sorry, somebody else is adding bank, PHB, and AfriBank. So maybe you should just speak generally. Thank you.
Okay, so you recall that in the course of my presentation, I had said that we still have unclaimed return monies for even bank PHB. So for those kinds of entities, if there were unclaimed dividends, unclaimed return monies prior to the nationalization of the entities or the loss of their licenses, those funds will still be with the registrar, or if their return monies, they would have been remitted to the National Investors Fund. So for those kinds of funds, you can still claim them. And I'll tell you this, for All States Trust Bank, we had a unique situation, just to let you know the extent to which SEC has gone on the issue of trying to protect you. So All States Trust Bank, there was an offer that was ongoing. After the SEC had gotten a no objection from the central bank, and then in the course of that offer, before the offer we concluded, All States Trust Bank went down. SEC has fought that case because the idea was that the monies were not depositors' monies, they were shareholders. Unfortunately, the shares had not been allotted. SEC has fought that battle to everywhere. As a matter of fact, today SEC sits on the board of NDIC, partly because of that issue. So just to let you know that SEC has tried everything to fight for the interest of investors. However, when we come to the case of Skybank and such other banks, you know, when the banks become nationalized, then you have lost your investments in the bank because you no longer own shares. At the time that the central bank took over, some of those banks had negative shareholders funds, literally speaking. So unless when we try to fight for investors, if the entity now, they will say, okay, maybe if you had 10,000 shares, now you have maybe 200 shares. And that's if the company continues to exist in another form. We fought that. But most of the times you would have lost your money. So the only thing, your investments, the only thing you can get is the unclaimed dividends or any return monies prior to that incident happening. So that's why we still have Bank PHB, we still have all six trust banks, still some of the money is there. But as to your investments, they are lost.
Thank you very much. Please, we have the contact details of SEC and Meristem are displayed on the screen. Email address, website, phone numbers to call. Please take them down. If you did not register your name or your email address at the registration desk, you may not be able to get the slides or the recording of this session. However, it can be found on YouTube, on Meristem's YouTube channel. So I'll be taking the last question now so that our speakers can step down and then we'll close for the day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity at the end of the day. Okay, so my question goes to Dr. Samuel. Sir, I heard him mention something about customary court. Please, I want to ask, does the customary court has jurisdiction for issuing letters of administration? That is one. Then secondly, you also talked about resealing for letters of administration that is being updated from one state to the other. So I want to ask, sir, does it mean that the two letters of administration can run concurrently for the presentation of it for letters of administration to the registrars? Or is it that the one that is being received, for example, if one was done in Lagos and then the resealing is done in Abuja, does it mean that the resealing takes precedence over the one in Lagos, or can the two be presented for letters of administration? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. If you look at my presentation, I cited provisions of the High Court Act under which the probate registry is established. So I did that deliberately so that for those that want to know, if you receive a letter of administration from a customary court, even of appeal, for instance, I don't think, as far as I know, there is none such provision in the laws establishing them. And we have situations, particularly the PFAs, National Pension Commission, I think they have standing instructions to them not to act on the letter of administration from those people. But these are issues that some people have gone to court over that too. You know, they had letters and all those kind of things. So I will leave people to make their individual judgments. I'm just telling you based on what we are doing here. Now, resealing of, when we receive application for resealing, the first primary document you must come with is the letter of administration you obtained in the other jurisdiction. So whatever grant we make here is pertinent to it. In fact, reference is made to that earlier letter that based on a letter of administration obtained in XYZ jurisdiction, we are now making a grant regarding this particular property in Abuja. So they are not two distinct documents. One is incumbent on the first, And you can have as many resealing as possible. Maybe you have property in Abuja, you also have in Kaduna, you also have in Gombe. But when you go to these other places, it's not our own receipt letter you go with. It's the original letter of administration you obtain from the original jurisdiction. So they are not distinct letters. They are rather ancillary documents that are incumbent on each other.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of this session. Please, let's give a round of applause to our speakers. They spoke for free. Thank you very much. Please, we want to take pictures, please, if you don't mind. Thank you. Please. Yeah. Sorry, photographer. Where are they taking? Thank you, paparazzi, not photographer. I'm old school. Here, are we taking it here? Okay. So once again, if you have questions, please take note of these contact details.
While you're taking the pictures, so I know that there's 1,000,001 questions in your head, so you could send a mail to this email here, probateservice@meristemregistrars.com. You could also text or call the number here. So they are your registrars, even if you did not buy shares from or with Meristem registrars, you could still send them a text. I will call it for you, probateservice@meristemregistrars.com. I call it again, probateservice@meristemregistrars.com. And the phone number is 0916 219, sounds like 419, 0091. And for those of you that don't know if you have unclaimed dividend, you can go to www.sec.gov.ng. You see where they put e-dividend there. You can type in your mother's name, your father's name. If they have any dividend, it's going to show. For those of you that are unsure if you have dividend, that is to say, Nasarawa State University, please stay behind for paparazzi, and any of you, our aunties. Yeah. Please, Nasarawa State University, you can stay behind for paparazzi time. That paparazzi that we were doing before.
Also, please, if you have not gotten your lunch, kindly stay behind. Please, 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 please. Be seated. Nobody will be giving lunch outside, okay? Kindly remain seated to be able to get your lunch. Thank you very much.
Is he doing vote of thanks?
Yeah, just something.
Hold on. If you're going to vote of thanks. Habib. So hold on. Yeah.
She needs to get your details in case they want to have problems. He's the person that is in charge.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the Director General, Securities and Exchange Commission, we want to sincerely thank everybody for making it out to attend this event today. Our appreciation goes to, of course, to Meristem, our co-sponsor and founder of this very noble initiative. We equally want to appreciate everybody, in no particular order, the CSCS, ICMR, road safety, of course, our students,
other professional bodies that are too numerous to mention, we don't take this your attendance for granted. We appreciate all of you. We thank you and wish you all the best back to your various destinations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like Mr. Habib have said, we are we're grateful, honestly. Thank you. But in the meantime, the presentation is done and we would be having an investor clinic. So if you know that you still have more questions to ask to your CMOs, to ask to the registrars, kindly wait behind because we are going to have an investor clinic immediately after. Thank you very much once again for your attendance. It is not taken for granted.
All right, so for people seated, please, Meristem registrars, we have PACE registrars, we have Meristem registrars, we have Veritas registrars, we have First registrars, so you can meet any of the registrars. Meristem, please, can I see your hands up? Registrars? We even have Africa Prudential registrars here as well. So if you have questions, and there's also Lighthouse registrars here. So if you have questions, if you do not know whether you have unclaimed dividend, you can go over. ICMRs, please, can I see your hands up? See, they're already asking where can I get the registrars. Registrars. All right, so you can. Registrar, please, can you come and meet them? If you do not know... Nasarawa State University, please can we come to the other side for paparazzi? Yeah. Nasarawa State University, please can we go outside there for paparazzi? And if you do not know whether you have unclaimed dividend, if you do not know whether your father's shares still exist, please reach out to Meristem Registrars. Reach out to all the registrars, PACE registrars. I can see their shirt. Yes. Nasarawa State University, please can you go outside for paparazzi? That paparazzi that people have been doing since. This is the time. So for those of you that are still confused, maybe all this process today still sounded like long English, please, we have our registrars. Registrars, please, can you raise your hands once again? I would prefer you all stand up because some of us can't see you. All right, so, yeah. Nasarawa State University, please, can we go outside for paparazzi? When I mean outside the door. You have any questions? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the investor clinic has started. Investors Clinic has started. PACE registrars.